Yes.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umerithika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
The Honorable George Zeuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public petition number 31 of 2020 regarding administrative and jurisdiction boundaries in Embakasi West constituency. I undersigned on behalf of the people of Embakasi West constituency draw the attention of the House to the following: that Article 10(2) of Constitutional identify inclusiveness as one of the aspects constituting the national values and principles of governance. That Embakasi West constituency, Embakasi South constituency, Embakasi North constituency, Embakasi Central constituency, and Embakasi East constituency were hived off from the Embakasi constituency, which covered a massive area of 208 kilometers squared. As a result of this split of then Embakasi constituency, the residents of Embakasi West constituency have been experiencing numerous unjustified inconveniences when seeking public services on account of administrative and jurisdiction boundaries due to the location of various public institutions and offices in areas outside the jurisdiction of the constituency. These challenges are exemplified by the fact that, for example, the offices of the Ministry of Education, as well as those of Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, still use the pre-2010 constitutional boundaries to manage affairs pertaining to Embakasi West constituency. As a result, various regional of the constituency fall under the jurisdiction of different sub-counties, with example being Molem Ward, which falls under Njiru sub-county, Kariobangi Uhuru Ward, which some of its area fall under Kamkunji sub-county, and Umoja 1 and 2 wards, which fall under Embakasi sub-county. In addition, several schools established within the jurisdiction of the constituency fall other sub-counties, and these include Buruburu 1 Primary School, which is in Marakadara sub-county, Kariobangi South and Supalov Primary, which are in Njiru sub-county, and as well as Uhuru Primary, which is in Kamukunji sub-county. This overlap in the jurisdiction and administrative boundaries continue to inconvenience and negatively affect thousands of Embakasi West constituency residents when seeking public service, particularly with respect to service under the National Safety Net program, including the cash transfer program for orphans and vulnerable children, OVCs, cash transfer for the persons with severe disabilities, as well as disbursement of other older person cash transfer programs, primarily because the Social Development Office in charge of Embakasi West constituency is situated in Njiru sub-county, which is in Kasarani constituency. Efforts to address this matter with relevant authorities has not bore much fruit. The matter in respect to which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or constitutional body. Now, therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee of Administration and National Security, 1, inquires into the matter in a view to securing harmonization and jurisdiction alignment of national government offices and other affected public institutions in Embakasi West constituency, and make any other appropriate recommendation it deems fit in addressing the circumstance referred to this petition. Thank you.
The next request, the next petition is to be presented by the member for Igembe South, Honorable John Paul Mwirigi.
Thank you. Thank you. Public petition number 32 of 2020 regarding development of miraa farming and marketing. I, the undersigned, on behalf of Kimathi Munjure, National Chairman of Nyambene Miraa Traders Association, Nyamita, a registered association frontiering the interest of cat, miraa, crop and industry stakeholders, draw the attention of the House to the following: that thousands of families in the Lanjameru region growing cat, Kadha eduldas, popularly known as miraa, have been earning a living through selling of their crop to local and international market in the East Africa region. That following declaration of COVID-19 as a global health pandemic and subsequent closure of international borders, miraa crop lost its regional market, particularly in Somalia. That locally, a number of county governments such as Tana River, Mombasa, Lamu, and Malindi have imposed exorbitant and prohibitive levies and fees for crop to transit through their jurisdiction or be sold in the market within the counties without regulation by the Ministry of Agriculture as provided 4 in the Section 17 of the Crop Act, that the Ministry of Agriculture has been diverting funds allocated to the support development of the Miraa crop to activities of other crops. For instance, in the financial year 2019-2020, 60 million Kenyan money under the vote D1165, State Department for Crop, earmarked under vote sub-end 1165103902, Miraa Crop Revitalization Project, vote line 3111300, 3111400, and 3130100 for development of Miraa Research Institute and Miraa research activities such as propagation of certified Miraa seedlings was diverted to buy macadamia seedlings. That the 1 billion Kenyan money granted by the national government in 2016 to caution Miraa farmers and traders after Miraa was banned in Europe, including the 1 billion Kenyan money allocated in budget for 2017-2018 and 2018-2019 for improvement of Miraa farming have not been realized. That in the financial year 2020-2021, the Ministry of Agriculture has reduced the allocation to the Miraa crop to approximately 200 million Kenyan money, despite having a huge backlog of unmet expenditures overflowing from previous financial year. That despite the Miraa community of Egembe in Gado Egembe North constituency, Meru County, donating 50 acres land with approval in writing by the county government of Meru to the PS Agriculture, the land remains idle. That Miraa farmers do not have a single market outside of Kenya after access to Somalia, the last such international market for the crop from March 2020 to date, and when Somalia reopened its border for international travel, its government permitted entry of the other crops with the exclusion of Miraa crop. That whereas Section 8 of the Crop Act directly charging the Ministry of Agriculture with the responsibility to source for market for the crop, other prospective markets such as Djibouti, Somaliland, Mozambique, Yemen, Israel, and Democratic Republic of Congo that were identified by the Miraa Task Force report implementation technical team as having real demand for Kenyan Miraa has not been followed up. That further, the research on Miraa by KEMRI, sanctioned by Parliament itself in 2014, and the development of the Kenya Miraa market strategy by the Ministry of Agriculture that would have been the blueprint for international markets of Miraa appeared abandoned. That while other Miraa growing countries in the region, particularly Ethiopia, that trades with Somalia, is gaining comparative advantage after opened up its boundaries to facilitate Miraa trade. The prolonged closure of Kenya-Somalian boundary has made overland trading of Miraa across the boundary impossible, leaving farmers frustrated and improvised for lack of other resources of livelihood. That on 2 occasions in July 2020, we had aircraft transporting Miraa to Somalia, having been duly cleared by the relevant authorities in Kenya, and Somalia returned with the Miraa cargo, hence occasioning huge losses amounting to amount of 20 million Kenyan money. That on numerous occasions, the petitioners and other partners in Miraa business have been engaged the concerned authorities, including the Cabinet Secretary responsible for agriculture, county government, and the political leadership in the region, to cause the national government to engage the government of Somalia and negotiate an agreement for resumption of Miraa export when corona pandemic situation normalizes. their efforts are yet to bear any fruit. That the issue is respect of which the petition is made are not pending before any court of law or constitution of legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners' prayers that the National Assembly, through the Department Committee of Agriculture and Livestock, engage the relevant national government ministry responsible for agriculture, that agriculture, trade and industry, transport, interior and foreign relations, with a view to seeking to reopen the border with Somalia so as to have miraa trade with Somalia resume forthwith. Intervenes through the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that the recommendations of the Miraa Task Force report implementation technical team are implemented. The research on miraa by KEMRI, sanctioned by the National Assembly in 2014, is completed, and the Kenya miraa market strategy is developed as a blueprint for development of miraa farming and expansion of local and international markets of miraa. Inquire into utilization of funds allocated for the development of miraa farming through the Ministry of Agriculture since 2016, with a view to establishing the purpose for which such funds were utilized, and whether or not who of part of the funds so allocated were diverted to other crops. Number 4, engage with the relevant ministry to establish the extent of utilization of the allocation for miraa research in 2019-2020, vote D1165, such vote, sub-vote 1165103902, vote line 3111300, 3111400, and 3130100, with a view to recommending appropriate action. And number 5, intervenes through the relevant ministries to ensure that restrictive levies imposed on miraa trading in the counties comply with the law and are harmonized across the counties. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you.
You are directing it to which committee?
Committee of Agriculture.
Agriculture. Now, honourable members, I chose this method of allowing all both the petitions to be read out, so that the comments, we can spend the time which is allocated for comments, clarifications, and others on both of them. So you could, it may well be that your comment could be directed about this one or the previous petition by Honorable Deuri. Start with the member for Kilifi North.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. On the Committee on Agriculture, this is an important crop for the people from that region. I think, Mr. Speaker, I raised a petition here on cashew nuts the other time. And when I requested you that I resubmit it, you give direction to the chair to start work on this. But I think it's moving to almost 100 days now.
To which committee? Agriculture.
And nothing has been forthcoming. I've not had any communication or nothing. And I even talked to the chair, Tirane, Mheshimiwa Tirane, myself, but I don't think that they're serious about this petition. So if they cannot handle this one on cashew nut, would they handle the one on miraa? And why would they handle the one on miraa, not the one on cashew nuts?
Well, let's also appreciate that I'm aware that the Committee on Agriculture has been quite busy, quite busy. Indeed, they have even sought extra sittings, even when there's plenary sitting.
Okay.
Because of the workload that they have found themselves having. If is the chair here, should they find it necessary to seek for extension of time, I think they should come and make the relevant application, move the appropriate motion here.
Yes.
For extension of time. Now that the chair is not in the chamber, I'm unlikely to be of any assistance.
Or would you advise that I bring back the petition?
When did you first bring it?
Sometime in, that must have been in May. Then when we opened, I made a request. You said the chair is new. That's the time when there were changes. The chair is new, and therefore he seized of the matter, and he'll work on it. But I think now it's beyond being new now. I think we need to refocus. Probably give new directions on the matter.
Where is the chair? I think you approach the leader majority.
Okay.
So that he can get in touch with the chair, so that he can respond about it next week.
Okay.
Specifically about that one.
Okay.
While at the same time referring the one by Honorable John Paul Mwirigi to the same committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Much obliged, sir.
Honorable Barire. But then you are not coming to the chamber.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I have looked for my card. I don't know where I misplaced it. I'm trying to replace it. But let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the petition by the Honorable John Paul, the MP for Igembe South, and thank him for bringing this very important petition. Mr. Speaker, I come from Embu County, where also Miraa, but whose name is Mogoka, is produced in large numbers, and we also add our voice to this petition by saying that there's really need for the Ministry of Agriculture to take this crop more seriously. We are aware that there was a task force whose report is known and before the ministry, but we feel that whatever recommendations that the task force came up with will not be implemented unless money is actually allocated to those particular programs. And Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, Miraa is the next biggest thing in terms of economic support to the farmers in our region, especially so in Embu County, Tharaka Nithi County, and Meru County. So I'm really hoping that the committee will do justice to this petition, but more importantly, that the Ministry of Agriculture will take this matter very, very seriously. There's need for a lot of money towards marketing. There's need to even improve on the value of the crop by the time it gets to the farmers, so that even the issue of cooling, providing coolers for this crop before they get to the market, and transporting them in proper air-conditioned trucks like those that do horticulture, so that we don't have to use small cars that run so fast and cause a lot of accidents on the road, Mr. Speaker. So I really look forward to this engagement with the committee, and I want to thank the MP once more for realizing that it's really time for us to push this crop to the next level so that it can get proper government recognition and budgeting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ndaragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would want to contribute to this petition by the honourable member from Meru, and I appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that Miraa, the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Miri, CCD, and the majority former are engaged on the issue of Mogoka. But I wanted to say this, Mr. Speaker, that I appreciate how important this crop is to the people coming from this region. And I hear that it is perhaps the second most important agricultural crop. But Mr. Speaker, I think it's also good to appreciate that this thing in our area, Daragwa, Nyandarua, to us is a drug. And we are actually losing the young people whenever they consume it. In fact, it is very close to Bangi, Mr. Speaker. And I say this because we are losing many young people in our region. And I think, Mr. Speaker, even as the committee engages on how they can make it useful to the people of Meru, I think we need to engage on how we can make it safer if it has to be consumed. It must be consumed in a safe manner. We must have guidelines if it is something that the health professionals have passed that it can be consumed by people. I believe that it should not be. In any case, I haven't seen any member of Parliament from Meru consuming it here, if it is that good. If it is that crucial, I think it will be good to see them consuming it also. But Mr. Speaker, also crucially, the vehicles transporting Mogoka and Mira in our region are the major cause of accidents along the highway. If we cannot address this issue on the number of people we have lost as a result of that transportation, and I like what has been proposed by Sicily, that perhaps we need to help them with vehicles that have a cooling mechanism so that they stop disregarding all traffic laws. I mean, I don't think they believe that there is any law that exists along the road. The way they drive, ni kama ng'ombe wote wako kwa barabara. I mean, it's very bad, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important that the committee also pays attention to that, because you have to be careful when you're driving along Thika Road. You have to avoid the hours that they are on that road. Otherwise, you can actually die in a minute. Mr. Speaker, this is a very crucial thing. And I think we need, I know it is a political hot potato, but let us look at it soberly. It is also causing deaths in our vijana. We can't even produce in our area because of this Mogoka and Mira business. And it's not that sweet to us.
Member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute to this petition.
Please, we are not contributing. And
Sorry, to comment on the...
Yes, just comment.
Yeah, let me comment.
Yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, before I comment, let me take exception from the immediate speaker, Mr. Speaker, and I confirm we are in this house, I chew Mira every weekend, and I'm sober. Yes, Mr. Speaker, when you talk of Mira being in drag, that one I will disagree, because in essence, you will never see where almost every other person in Meru, especially in Yambena area. We have Mira, I have a Mira plantation, and we chew Mira, and the people there are doing their work like any other person. If you want to take exception with the beer, changa, bangi, and the like. But those ones, they don't. The Mira does not affect anybody's health. Even matatus get accidents. With having said that, Mr. Speaker, this petition is very timely. And even I have a question here on the same, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people from Igembe, North, South, and Central, and some parts of Wimenti, we are suffering because this is the most income-generating crop. The markets have been closed. Some counties are closing the same because of the views of my brother from Daragwa. But be informed that this is a cash crop like any other. It was ascended by the president in 2016, and it is just like sugarcane or any other crop. Therefore, if we have to tame the situation, we have to tame the people who misuse or who are not doing as per, but not to condemn the crop, because the crop is there, and those are the sentiments which are making even other counties close it. We are seeking the government to intervene, have the market opened so that the people don't suffer. We will create, instead of not killing people, we will create thieves, we will create destitutes if this crop does not get proper market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Endebess. No, all these are just comments. No,
thank you,
in this house, let me just give this guidance. In this house, and you better look at you're standing under 227 to 225 to 220 and 226. It's just comments, and the time allocated for comments, clarifications, further information on matters to do with petitions, howsoever presented, is only 30 minutes. That's why I put the two petitions together. So you can't speak for too long. Usually, if you want to go and debate petitions, which have just been presented, it cannot be here. Please, Honorable Pukosa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance. Honorable Speaker, in the last Parliament, we formed a committee here to look into Mira, which was led by the Honorable Kajuju at that time. And at that time, I was also in the Committee of Health, where we set some money aside, around 100 million, for the KEMRI to do a research on Mira. And that research came up. Mira is actually a drug, as we know it. It causes some element of euphoria, and excitement. So maybe you can see the excitement when it comes to discussion of Mira. So, Honorable Speaker, I would urge that the committee looks at the report that was done by the Honorable Kachuchu's team, and they also look at the research that was done by Kemri, so that we can have the House, because otherwise the House will spend a lot of time discussing the petition by the Honorable Member, yet the House has done a similar thing. So it will be just good to have a look at those reports so that it can also assist in the report preparation that will be tabled in this House. So those were remarks I support.
Honorable Nasir.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ili jambo kuhusiana na masala ya miraa ni jambo ambalo kwamba ni la tetesi, lakini nataka kukubaliana na wenzangu Mheshimiwa Pokosa alivyozungumza ya kuwa tuwasihi ndugu zetu wale watakuwa wanatengeza hii ripoti waangalie na athari zake. Upande mmoja ni kweli wenzetu wanaitegemea kuwa ni kitegemeo cha uchumi, lakini na kwingine mkumbuke ya kuwa vijana chipukizi wanapoteza maisha yao kwa sababu ya haya mambo haya. Hususan siku hizi unapata mugoka, Bwana Spika, kipakti kimoja hivi kinakupeleka mbio na ni shilingi 20 peke yake. Shilingi 20 na kupeleka mbio ukajiona ya kwa wewe ni multimillionaire. Na tunawasihi hii kamati, hii Kenya ni yetu sote. Ikiwa mnaangalia upande mmoja na upande mwingine uangaliwe, ya ikiwa kuna athari hii, ni njia gani ya kuhakikisha ya kwa athari ile isiweze kufika katika maeneo mengine ya Kenya. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Honorable Zosion.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the Member of Parliament for Igembe South for coming up with this petition. And of course, it's triggering a lot of debate whether it is a drug or not. We all know miraa within the region is a crop. It's classified actually as a crop. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, during my training, one of my classmates actually did field attachment in the miraa growing region of Meru as a crop. And in fact, it's a crop classified as a stimulant, just like tea, which has caffeine, just like coffee, which has caffeine. And this is a reality. And from our economic data, and you check with the National Bureau of Statistics, even tobacco, with its own content. So all those are stimulants. The truth is miraa a legitimate crop in this country? Yes, it is. So we don't need to debate about it. How it is abused by the consumers is none of our business. And that invites other forms of regulations. Yeah, if somebody smokes, for example, if somebody over-smokes, that's a different problem, because that product is legitimate. The level of consumption is a different story, and we don't need to argue about it. And I think the substance of the petition is protecting the interest of the farmers who are growing this crop, knowingly that is a legitimate crop, that is an income-generating earner. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to deviate in making comments that are legitimate, because there are farmers in Igembe who need to earn a living, and we all know within this country, in fact, miraa has been a very good foreign exchange earner with markets as wide as in the UK. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a legitimate petition that needs to be treated, even with the petition that had been done before, or a report. That report can form an annexure in the process of this petition. As a democratic country, we should accept the diverse heritage of our country and the legitimate crops that are classified as lawful crops in this country, like miraa. Miraa is a legitimate crop, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Koros Kipsengenet, member for Sigoin Soviet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on the petition, Mr. Speaker, because as a sidist, Mr. Speaker, represented by my friend from Meru, Mr. Speaker, it happens that I was part of the study team from Kemri who was studying about Mira, Mr. Speaker. I want categorically to tell this House that Mira is a drug, Mr. Speaker. We did household interviews, Mr. Speaker. And there are some households which they were saying, most ladies were saying their men are no longer active, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, studies have even shown that sperm count for those guys who take Mira are low, Mr. Speaker. Even now, if we do sperm counts for my colleagues who are taking Mira, Mr. Speaker, here, you'll find they are not to their target, Mr. Speaker. So drug, Mr. Speaker, Mira, Mr. Speaker, is a drug. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to contribute after Honorable Koros, but I just have the following comments to make. Mr. Speaker, probably we need to ask this committee to go a step further and delve into these issues that we are raising today. Because my concern, Mr. Speaker, is we are discussing something that this House has already pronounced itself on. This House had actually classified Mira as a crop through a motion. And we have even gone ahead to allocate even money in this House to promote it. So, you know, when we are now doubting Mira and saying it is a drug, my concern is that this House has legislated to promote production of a drug. And so, if we have to change our decision as a House on Mira, then I think there should be a further report to this House to make a decision on, because I see probably a majority of members in the current parliament or current, this 12th parliament are not in agreement with the members who made a resolution then that Mira is a cash crop. But otherwise, I think we'll be contradicting ourselves if we continue discussing whether Mira is a crop or not, or it is a drug, and yet we had already pronounced ourselves on the same. Mr. Speaker, that is, I don't know whether Mira is a crop or a drug. What I know is I can't give it to my children. That one I cannot do. I cannot encourage my children to take it, but the decision had already been taken. By the way, it is not just Mira that I don't take myself. I don't take coffee. I don't take coffee, I don't take tea, because I feel they are harmful to my life. So it doesn't mean that anything that I don't take is a drug. But when I feel something is not right with my health, whether it is ugali, I would stop taking it. There are so many people who don't eat beef in this House. They think beef will give them cancer. I eat beef myself. And so many people don't, and beef is not a drug. So let's not classify anything that we feel is uncomfortable with us to be a drug, Mr. Speaker, especially where we had already pronounced ourselves, like the case of Mira. Thank you.
Well, I don't know whether all of us listened to the petition, the contents. It was actually not really addressing the issue of whether it's a drug or not. And the 11th Parliament in 2016 passed a law here, the Crops Act, classifying Mira as a crop, a cash crop indeed. So you may need, if you want to rescind that decision, is just to move an amendment to the Crops Act. But the issue that the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi has raised is one to do with the allocated funds. And what he said is, many of you could remember, factually correct. And I know one person who will speak to this, because the amount of money that he has spoken about was a public pronouncement, and it was voted for by this House, 1 billion Kenya shillings. So the issue that the member has raised is not the one that I can see you addressing, and others about potency and we may not deal with that for now, because the comments on the petition should be on that issue, that you as a House even appropriated funds. But should it be necessary, any member is at liberty to propose an amendment to that legislation, so that then you can express yourselves appropriately. Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, let me first go on record that the 11th Parliament passed, at the tail end, the amendment making Mira a cash crop. Also, the 11th Parliament appropriated close to $1 billion shilling for the marketing of Mira. And even a task force was formed, which the report must be here in this House. The graduate committee then, led by Honorable Karagan Buki, tabled it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the member is right because he's following on those pledges. And I want to say it that, you know, there are two crops in this country, Mr. Speaker, which are politically sensitive: maize and Mira. And I can give my history, and sugar. And I can give my history. Mira also even gave us a problem when we were passing the defense agreement between the British and Kenya. The likes of Honorable Kajuju. In fact, Kajuju was the only member who was allowed to form a select committee in the 11th Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, this House has a moral duty. Why did Somalia stop? Why did the British government stop? Because they want to protect their people. And those of us who are in this House, Mr. Speaker, they are producers and they are consumers. So he's speaking for the producers. And I have the right to speak for the consumers. And this thing has destroyed people. Let us be very honest. And even if the 11th Parliament made a mistake, we want to do it. But the government, Mr. Speaker, when government formed a task force, one of the recommendations was even to turn to give the farmers an alternative to the Mira farming. We should follow that. But honorable members from Meru, with a lot of respect, I will ask every day if Mira can be banned not to go to my constituency. Just walk to Isili. Just walk to any urban center here. In fact, it is cheap. The Mawaka they are talking about is 20 shilling. So I think what the member is asking, Mr. Speaker, is right. He is following on the recommendation of the task force. He is following on the money that was budgeted by this House. And he has got a legitimacy because it is this House that made it a cash crop. So you are right, and I think the committee must answer those questions. Then I think somebody else must also bring, because the Honorable Pukose, as a medical profession, there's no doubt, and I mean the researcher, that and even that time when we were making it a crop, let me disclose, it was just close to the election, and you know we couldn't, as Jubilee, we couldn't penetrate the Meru region. So those are the things we dangled. Yeah, we dangled. And even when the maize people brought, there was something we dangled. So these are political dangled. And after the end, but the question, the moral question and the religious question that we must answer is that Mira affects the social, economic, and family setup in Kenya. And even the traffic flow and accidents. So I think that's a story for another day, Mr. Speaker. But I think even the locusts, Mr. Speaker, when the locusts came to Meru and they fed on the Mira, on their way to Uganda, they all died. Yes. They all died. You check. Just to prove that this is a drug. When the locusts were moving from Isiolo to Marsabit, and by the time they reached Meru, and they fed on the green leaves of Mawaka, on their way to Uganda through Kitale, they all died. In fact, the government did not invest anymore in spraying. So I think one of the way of controlling Mira was even controlling locust. was the use of Mira. So, Mr. Speaker, but I think the member has legitimately put, according to the provision of the standing order, he has asked the committee 3 key questions. What happened to the money? Where is the task force report recommendation? And Mira is a cash crop. And Mr. Speaker, I think those of us, Honorable Bandi is saying he won't allow his children to eat. We should not allow the children of Kenya, I think it's on Mira. I think Honorable Kubai, I think he must have had Mira because the Speaker, with those very remarks, I support the petition.
Sorry, honourable members, I told you, and you can look in your standing orders, only 30 minutes are allowed to make comments, seek clarifications. So that's not the business. So we can't spend time now because somebody has read out a petition. We spend the rest of the afternoon discussing it. The petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Agriculture to deal with it as provided for in Standing Order 227 of our standing orders. Next order. And the one by Honorable Deuri is referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. If you desire, members, you can petition the Procedure and House Rules Committee to amend the standing orders so that when a petition is read out here, that becomes business, so that we don't do anything else. We just make comments, which they are just comments. They don't go anywhere because the committee will go and now deal with the petition. It is when the committee brings a report, if it finds it necessary to table the report to the House, it can. And then perhaps we can allocate the time for debate. But remember, the other method of disposing of petitions is a committee is at liberty to make its findings, and after tabling the report, the clerk is just required to forward that report to the petitioner. Because we can't, business is not just about petitions. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader majority.
Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, September 24th, 2020, afternoon sitting. The first one, legal notice number 184, relating to the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Car Loan Members Scheme Fund Amendment, Regulations of 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from Parliamentary Service Commission. Number 2, legal notice number 185, relating to the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Members Scheme Fund Amendment, Regulations of 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the Parliamentary Service Commission. Number 3, legal notice number 186, relating to the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Car Loan Staff Scheme Fund Amendment, Regulations of 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the Parliamentary Service Commission. Legal notice number 187, relating to the Public Finance Management Parliamentary Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund Amendment, Regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the Parliamentary Service Commission. Number 5, the sessional paper number 2 of 2020 on the National Cooperative Policy from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 6, the National Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2019-2020 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. And number 7, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the financial year ended 30th of June 2019, and the certificates therein for the following. 1, Kimira Oluoch Smallholder Farm Improvement Project, that is the ADF loan number 21001 5001296 from the State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development. And second, the East Africa Portland Cement PLC. Honorable Speaker, just for the interest of members and some of the people who are likely to misquote the papers we have read, legal notice number 184 all the way to 187, referring to the parliamentary loan schemes, is purely to make them Sharia compliant. So, but I would want to request members, is changing interest to administrative costs. Yeah. So, but I would like to invite members to familiarize themselves and the media not to misrepresent what they entail. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Chiboy. Question by private notice.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 42A5, I arise to ask question number 27 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details of ownership status of Kabianga Apple Farm, LR number 10694/3 in Kamara location of Kuresoi North constituency? 2, when will the ministry issue title deeds to the owners of the said parcel of land? And 3, could the Cabinet Secretary facilitate the conversion of the said parcel of land from leasehold to freehold? I thank you.
Well, be replied before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Next question by the member for Mosop, the Honorable Tuwei. Member for Mosop, the Honorable Vincent Tuwei. Next question by the member for Igembe South.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the question number 209 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. When will the public institution in Igembe South constituency, including Kalamene Dispensary, Akoi Primary School, Dubai Primary School, Gatai Team Buying Center, and Auki Dispensary, be connected to the national power grid in the line with the government policy under the last mile connectivity program? Number 2, what measures have been put in place to ensure that all the public institutions in Igembe South constituency which are yet to be connected to the national grid are connected as soon as possible? Thank you.
To be primed before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Next question by the member for Sigowet Soin, Honorable Kipsengeret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question 221 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government. 1, what is the current status of leases for police vehicles being used in policing operations in the country? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary give a breakdown of the distribution of police vehicles in Sikawet, Soin Sub-County, in Kericho County? 3, could the ministry consider facilitating and providing the Officer Commanding Police Division, OCBD, in Sikawet, Soin Sub-County with an office, adequate personnel, and a police vehicle to enable him execute his duties effectively given the sensitivity and demanding nature of his area of jurisdiction? Mr. Speaker, I also want to bring to your attention, Mr. Speaker, the slow pace in which these questions are being responded, Mr. Speaker. Because so far I've asked more than 4 questions and I have not received any communication from relevant committees, Mr. Speaker. I have question 49 of 2020, 41 of 2020, 159 of 2020, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just make what I can. When, I don't know to which committees those questions you have talked about were directed. And, it's good to do, just like the Honorable Owenbaya did earlier. I think the committee chairs are encouraged to make sure that, to ensure that members' questions are responded to in good time.
Yes, Mr.
Of course, we do know that there have been those challenges in the past about the social distancing and the like. But I think that can no longer be used as an excuse now. So maybe, Honorable Koros, what you could do is raise individual questions. But for this one, it will be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. And if the chairs are not present, they are supposed to, these directions are transmitted through the various hands of committees, the clerks who clerk those committees. And I think in appropriate times, perhaps if you get time, you could check either in the table office or with the director of committees, so that that those clerks can also be put, be reminded. Because I don't know now. Those other 4 questions were to which committee, and I cannot provide the. Maybe sometimes, and I think this should be a wake-up call to chairs of committees. We should develop a mechanism of naming and shaming lazy committees or committee chairs, because it is not fair that you don't respond to questions that your colleagues have raised, or to appear to treat them casually. There's no member who will come to ask a question here for the sake of it. It's a question is raised on behalf of the constituents. So maybe, Honorable Koros, if you know to whom you are directed those ones, maybe you can say. Why don't you say? Question number this was to which committee?
It was question 49 of 2020, Mr. Speaker, was the National Police. 49 of 2020 was also to the Interior Ministry. 41 of 2020 was the CS Transport and Infrastructure. 159 was to CS Health, Mr. Speaker, and I've also one to the Ministry of Energy.
Where are those chairs? Honorable Koinange, does he have a deputy? Who is the vice chair of that committee? Fatuma Gendi. I think, and we've said it time and again, it is fair that if the chair of a committee should look at the order paper, or at least your clerks, the people who clerk your committees should always draw your attention to the questions that are on the order paper, so that either you, the chairperson, or your deputy are present in the chamber. Now, you see, this is a problem. What is it that Koros you want to say? And Honorable Kosing. You said there's one to...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Since I've heard some of my colleagues talking of Honorable Aluke, Mr. Speaker, I think as House also we should see what we could do. We could have been now here answering this question, Mr. Speaker.
Since when? But you can see now, your other question was to Transport Committee. The Honorable Kosing. You see, It's not that one. Who is the vice? The vice was here. You know, you see, she has already finished her sitting for today. Now, this is a problem. And remember what we were discussing yesterday. The other one was the Ministry of Energy. Where is the Honorable Gikaria? Who is the vice chair? Omboko Milemba, what do you want to say?
Honorable Speaker, I want to say that before almost the half time of Parliament, before we went to COVID, you had really tuned the chairs and they were coming to the House, I remember. Possibly you need again to tune these half-time or COVID chairs. Most of them came around during the COVID time. And you have to sit them down so that they start taking the business of the House seriously. Because you are seeing what is happening. But before, the earlier ones were really tuned up. So again, you have to go down, sit with them, so that they attend to the business of the House seriously. Thank you.
They were inducted. They were inducted. Yes, I think the House should develop a way of also dealing with the, chairs who are not taking the work of the House seriously.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, that's exactly what I wanted to say, that probably we'll have to develop a way of reprimanding these chairs. In the previous dispensation, it was very easy. The Speaker used to say that if a minister or assistant minister has not addressed a question or answered a question, he was barred from even anything from that ministry could not be dealt with in the House. But now we have the ministers out there, we have the chairs here. We need to find a way, because, Mr. Speaker, not just the questions alone, even the bills. Mr. Speaker, remember in the House Business Committee, we were discussing this yesterday, that some bills, like the one for Millie Odhiambo, who was brought here for the first reading, in June 2019, the committee is not done with the report. And so we cannot proceed to the second reading with the same bill. It is disheartening when you find our members come up with private members' motions or bills, private members' bills, and we are dealing with Senate bills from private members, yet our own members in the National Assembly, their bills are being relegated just because committee chairs. Not all of them, Mr. Speaker. There are some hard-working committee chairs in this House, and we must, we should not just guillotine and lump them together. But there are some who have issues, and it is a high time, I think, leader of majority, we need to highlight, bring to shame these chairs who are not taking their work seriously. These members are ready to serve as chairs of committees. If you are overwhelmed, please go and do your business out there. There are some members who are doing business, and they are also members of parliament. And they also want to be in leadership. If you have too much in your plate, leave others to do the parliamentary work. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just thinking maybe the Procedures Committee can take this up and develop some way of dealing with these chairs.
Well, I think
the liaison committee, yes, I know the Deputy Speaker has really been trying. In fact, I think this is the most active liaison committee. I didn't want to push this blame to him. He has really been trying, and these members are just not obeying what is being discussed.
Well, I think you just said what we needed to say. And the chairman of, at least I know he is a chairman, not a chairperson. The chairman of the liaison, committee on liaison, who is in the chamber, will take up the matter at the next meeting of the committee, and read the riot act to those chairs. Honorable Koros, just liaise with the Deputy Speaker, who is the chair of the Committee on Liaison, so that that matter can be discussed there, and committee is at liberty to make recommendations, which the House Business Committee will consider, and an appropriate motion may be brought here for the House to resolve that if a chair does not respond to a question or a statement request from a member within some specified period, or respond to a petition within a specified period, does not bring a report on a bill within a specified period, certain sanctions shall automatically befall him or her. And I think that should be the route to go, because that issue of, yeah, it can be done by procedural rules committee, but I think let it come from after a meeting of the liaison, so that then the chairman will be there, the chairman and chairpersons, they will be in that meeting, and then we know then the matter can be escalated to now, because what the Honorable John Bandi has said is true. It's not right, and we've been raising this matter in House Business, that we have several legislative proposals, some of which have gone up to the level of publication, first reading, but we cannot prioritize them for debate in the House because, please, this new member for game, please, it is not done that way. Just not when you are just relaxing like this, you just want to start talking. No. Honorable Elisha Odhiambo, we cannot engage that way. You are now being out of order, you know the consequences. What we are saying is, this matter has reached us, and it is not right, chairs of committees, it is not right that, remember our standing orders, after two sessions, that legislative proposal dies. Is it right, is it fair, even as you sit on those bills, is it fair that your colleagues are proposed to make laws and you are becoming gatekeepers of some sort? Or you are sitting on them? You could be saying you are like the one by Honorable Millie Odhiambo. It's been lying there for a long time. Committee of Health. No, so please, chairs of committees, but I want you to discuss that matter first at liaison, and we'll bring it up. Now, the member who is purporting to address me while seated does not even press the intervention button. Now that is what is called the intervention button.
Mr. Speaker, I want to share the same sentiments that you're sharing with the House this afternoon. I personally have had two bills that are pending. One in the Committee of ICT that was even had gone through a first reading. Sometimes when I look at it, you may imagine that maybe the chairman are sleeping with the very entities they're supposed to oversight. And you wonder why there should be procrastination.
Let's not go the route of casting aspersions, because again, even yours, we discussed it yesterday in House Business. And the Honorable Kisang, we were asking, where is that bill? Because it's
the kicker bill.
An old bill.
Then
you want to
the second one, Chair, is the one for agriculture, the Kenya Tea Bill. It was the first one, and it was going to resolve all these issues that the country is discussing in terms of addressing the farmers' needs. And it's taken 2 years before it's redressed.
But now there's another Tea Bill, which I'm sure is at very, very advanced stages, where the committee is taking views before we go to committee of the whole house stage.
Yes.
The one that came from the Senate.
Yes, and the kicker bill was more comprehensive because it's going to redress the needs of Kenyans. One.
Don't worry. We don't want to know what you wanted to, Honorable Kisang, can you respond to that? Why is it not coming up?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I had actually put an intervention also earlier because I wanted to say most of the chairs are in their house even now. Because if you look across the other side, there are chairs. There's Ola Kenda, Wanga is here. We are all, most of us are here. And one of the reasons why some chairs are not here, it is because of the way we used to you poke. So basically, maybe it's good to notify members because we got an SMS yesterday that basically now it's fast come, fast you get the seat. So maybe it's good that you do a communication so that the chairs know if you don't have to book. And Honorable Speaker, on the kicker bill by Elisha Odhiambo, we've invited him. He has come to our committee. We've had engagement. Public participation was done. Basically, what we are doing in the next 1 week or so, Honorable Speaker, is to have a meeting to adopt the report, and we table the report.
Very well. You know, I'm wondering, honourable members, whether we will ever get to business. We are not even through with the questions. We are not yet through with questions. Honourable Mili, can I finish with the questions? Then we'll do. The next question is by the member for Onyejes, who wrote to indicate that he is not present. But I've seen members who write and then suddenly they appear. I hope Leonard Muchangi is not here, is he? Yes, so his request was granted. Next question is by the member for Igembe Central, Honorable Kubai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you have seen, today is our Mirror Day, so I've come again with another issue of Mirror. Mr. Speaker, I ask a question number 224 of 220, directed to the Cabinet Secretary of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives. 1, Mr. Speaker, what steps is the ministry taking to market Mirror, commonly known as CAT, particularly within the country, in Somalia, in the eastern region in the East African region, and the European markets, considering it is the main source of livelihood for the residents of Igembe Central, Igembe North, and the Igembe South constituencies. 2, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the Somalia market is opened as a matter of urgency? 3, considering that the Crops Act 2013, as amended in July 2014, included Mirror as a cash crop, and it was subsequently gazetted as a scheduled crop in 2016. What measures have been put in place by the government to cushion farmers from losses suffered as a result of lack of market? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, to be replied before the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Next question, Honorable Anda Nahaji. You see, but honourable members, even though the Honourable Kisang saying that there was a notice which was put through the Bunge website, my expectation is that every member is able to read it. But let me take this opportunity to inform the House that we intend to do away, for the time being, on an experimental basis, to do away with the tent outside there, so that members can come into the chamber. If we can't fit, we'll go to the lounge, both next to the chamber and the one next to the dining, for the time being, because as you can see, there are very many empty seats. So I believe nobody is in the tent now. I believe there's nobody in the tent. So members should, and everybody will get a seat when they come in. Member for Laisamis, Honorable Albele Marcelino.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 225 of 2020. The question reads, the question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. It reads, number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the circumstances that led to the closure of 2 primary schools in Laisamis sub-county, namely Logologo and Los Sudan primary schools, which were closed under unclear circumstances before the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. 2, Mr. Speaker, reads, what measures have been put in place to curb rising cases of indiscipline among students and teachers in schools in Leisami's constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I also would like to add a comment in regard to the question asked directed to the Committee for Security, the fact that our chairman, Honorable Koinange, is not present in the House.
Please, you're soon to ask a question. It will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Next question by the member for Kabondo Kaspur. Honorable Ivo Bara, you had indicated something. Could you please say what it is?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have noted that my question, as presented in this order paper, that there's been a bit of mix-up, and I therefore request that I withdraw it today for redrafting. Thank you.
Very well, yes. To be withdrawn, to be redrafted, and if you complete in good time, to be on the order paper next week. Member, the next question by the member for Subukia, Honorable Gashobe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'd like to ask question 241, 2020 to Cabinet Secretary for Energy. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the Kenya Power and Lighting Company has been interrupting and disconnecting customers' electricity supply for days in Subukia constituency without prior notice for the last 3 months? What steps has the government taken to ensure that Kenya Power does not breach contractual obligation with its customers? What measures has the government put in place to ensure that consistent provision of electricity by Kenya Power, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Question will be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. Last question by the member for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask question 242 of 2020, and this question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide the categories of scholarships, both locally and internationally, that Kenyan students have accessed through the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, indicating the number of available spaces under each category? 2, how many scholarships were offered between 2013 and 2019 to students across the country? And 3, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of students from the pastoralist communities, specifically from the counties of Samburu, Turkana, Wajir, Marsabit, Mandera, and Garissa counties, who have benefited from the scholarships offered by the Kenya government from 2013 to date, indicating the names of the beneficiaries and the type of the scholarships offered? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and Research. Now, honourable members, the next segment is going to be rearranged only to the extent that the second part, where the chairperson on Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare and the chairperson on the Departmental Committee on Education and Research were to give responses, will not give those responses today for the convenience of the House, because I am informed that a number of committee members are traveling for various engagements, committee work, later this evening, and there's urgent business that we need to conclude. So I only allow the first part, the request by the member from Vita, which request you cannot spend more than 3 minutes, please. Do it very quickly.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kupitia kanuni za bunge 44(2)(c), ningependa kuuliza kamati husika na uchukuzi kuhusiana na madai ama ukweli wa kuunganishwa kwa mashirika ya bandari, Kenya Ports Authority, shirika la reli, Kenya Railways Corporation, na shirika lenye kusafirisha mafuta Kenya Pipeline chini ya usimamizi wa shirika jingine la ICDC. Bwana Spika, ningependa kuongeza kupitia amri kuu ya Rais ya tarehe 7 Agosti mwaka 2020 kuhusu mpangilio huu. Inasemekana kwa muungano ni wa utendakazi peke yake wa mashirika husika. Tatizo, Bwana Spika, ni kwa Wakenya hawajashughulishwa na mambo hayajawekwa wazi. Kwa hivyo tungeomba kuweza kujua, kwanza kujulishwa kupitia bunge hili, Bwana Spika, ikiwa hili jambo ni kuweza kuunganisha ama ni jambo gani ambalo kwamba liloweza kufanywa, na ikiwa ni masala ya kuunganisha, basi wananchi waliweza kuhusishwa njia vipi kupitia yale ambayo ni matakwa ya katiba almaruf public participation. Na Bwana Spika, nikiongezea, najua umenipatia dakika 3, nikiongezea, jana kamati husika ya uchukuzi tunafurahi waliweza kuleta ripoti kuhusiana na masala ya SGR, na ripoti hii ni ile ambayo kwamba tulozungumza sisi, na nimeisoma tayari. Ndani yake yale ambayo kwamba yalikuwa ni bukhdha zetu zimeweza kukamilishwa. Ningeomba Bwana Spika, kupitia kamati waweze kuiharakisha tuweze kuimaliza, ili iwe ni jambo ambalo kwamba la sawa, na pengine Bwana Spika, wale ambao kwamba hudandia kule nje katika baraza, tuwaombe na wao waje hapa ndio kanuni zinatengezwa, sio katika baraza, na tuwafundishe pengine yale badala ya kuzungumza nje ya kuwa mambo ya SGR hivi na hivi, tuwaoneshe ya kuwa njia sheria zinavyotengezwa. Ni kazi ngumu, lakini ndio majukumu ya watu wa Kenya walioweza kutupatia, na tuwashukuru tumefika kikomo. Lakini sasa tungeomba Bwana Spika, ili upeane nafasi ya uharaka ripoti ile tuweze kuizungumza, tuangalie. Waswahili Bwana Spika wanasema mbuzi jamvi ya shalila, hasidi hatujui ataka wapi sasa. Asante Bwana Spika.
Well, to the extent that you made a reference to the said executive order, then that request is directed to the Departmental Committee of Finance and Planning. The ones to respond. Leader Majority. Statement. Sorry, I'm being reminded, which is true, that the question by the member for Mosop, the Honorable Vincent Way, had not been asked. Member being absent, question is dropped. Yes, Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Wednesday, September the 23rd, 2020, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, September the 29th, the House Business Committee has prioritized consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill 2020 at all stages, if it is received from the Senate today, and depending on what we also do this afternoon. This is indeed an important bill meant to ensure that the 316.5 billion allocation that has been approved for in the Division of Revenue Act of 2020 is divided amongst the 47 county governments pursuant to Article 218(1)A of the Constitution of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we shall also continue the second reading of the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2019, should it not be concluded today, along with other bills. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee has also prioritized the report on the Public Investments Committee on a special audit report on the Kenya Bureau of Standards and the report of the Committee on the Implementation on the status of implementation of legislation petitions, and resolutions for debate should they not be concluded today. Honourable Speaker, it's anticipated that we shall also consider the Refugee Bill 2019 and the Gaming Bill of 2019 in the Committee of the Whole House. I urge the Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism to table the addendum to its initial report on the Gaming Bill as soon as possible to allow the House to debate from an informed point of view. Honourable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A5 and 6, I wish to convey that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear before the departmental committees as follows. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government will appear before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on Wednesday, 30th September 2020 to answer questions from the following members. The Honourable Robert Mbui MP, the Honourable Kimani Ichung'wah MP, the Honourable James Kamau Wamashukuru MP, the Honourable Tom Ondege MP, the Honourable Gideon Keter MP, the Honourable Paul Nzengu MP, the Honourable Vincent Kemosi MP, the Honourable Josh Nyamachewere MP, the Honourable Tindi Mwale MP, the Honourable Joseph Kipkoskei MP, the Honourable Abdi Korop Tepo MP, the Honourable Caleb Kostani MP, and the Honourable Sylvanus Maritime MP. The Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning will also appear before the Departmental Committee on Lands on Tuesday, 29 September, to answer a question from Honourable Ali Menza Mbogo MP, and what was added today, the question by the Honourable Cheboy, which was a private member's question. The third, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning will appear before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on Wednesday, 30th of September, 2020 to answer the following questions. From 1, the Honourable Dr. Makali Mulu MP, 2, the Honourable Gitonga Murugara MP, and 3, the Honourable Paul Katana MP. Honourable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Wednesday, September 30th, 2020, to consider the business for the coming week. Honourable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Honourable members, before we go to the next order, and because after conclusion of that order we will be considering other business, I wish to give the following guidance on the consideration of amendments to the motion on the special audit report on procurement of pre-export verification of conformity to standard services, which is order number 15 on the supplementary order paper. Honourable members, I've received a number of amendments to the motion appearing as order number 15 of the supplementary order paper. That is the motion for adoption of the report of the Public Investments Committee, PIC, on the special audit report on procurement of pre-export verification of conformity to standard services by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The said amendments are proposed by the member for Homa Bay Town, the Honourable Peter Kaluma, MP, and the member for Makueni, the Honourable Daniel Manso, MP, and are published as notices in the supplementary order paper. Honourable members, my guidance relates to part of the amendments proposed by the member for Makueni, the Honourable Daniel Manso. And to begin with, the proposed amendments by the Honourable Manso were in two parts, being A and B. And having considered the proposals and found the first part of the proposed amendments as being admissible, I approved its inclusion in the supplementary order paper for this sitting. However, I found the second part, shown as B, of the proposed amendments as being inadmissible and therefore declined to that part of for consideration by the House. For the information of the House, the same second part of the proposed amendments read as follows, quote, that the House recommends that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission should investigate the circumstances leading to the special audit on the procurement of pre-export verification of conformity standard services for used motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and used spare parts by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and more specifically, whether QISJ invited and facilitated visa processing, travel and accommodation for Mr. Frederick Odhiambo, Office of the Auditor General, from the Office of the Auditor General, Ms. Catherine Mwasho from Kenya Bureau of Standards, Mr. Brian Thuku from Kenya Bureau of Standards, and Dr. John Ngeno from Kenya Bureau of Standards to answer the audit and to report findings to the Director of Public Prosecutions and the National Assembly within 90 days for appropriate action. Honourable members, the named officers are staff, some of the named officers are staff of the Office of the Auditor General, and others are from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, who led in carrying out the special audit. I found the proposed recommendations inadmissible for the following reasons. 1, the matter contained in the proposed amendment was conclusively canvassed by the committee, as evidenced in the report of the committee on pages 59 and 60. And 2, the power of the Auditor General to undertake audits, including special audits of public entities, is provided for under Article 229 of the Constitution and Section 7 and 49 of the Public Audit Act 2015. The Auditor General's audit work at that time was with regard to the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It would therefore be unlawful and very unusual for Parliament to seem to want to punish or cause investigations of the Auditor General for exercising his powers under the law. For these reasons, this part of the proposed amendments has not been included in the supplementary order paper and will therefore not be considered by the House. The House is at liberty, however, in debating the report to make its findings as it chooses, either agree with the committee or disagree with the committee, in which case vote against that particular recommendation. And the House is accordingly guided. I thank you now, members. Next order.
Order number 8, special motion, approval of the third basis for sharing of national revenue allocated to counties.
Who was on there? Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, you have a balance of 4 minutes. Member, Honorable Kioni, member for Daragwa. Not in any other member is at liberty to contribute. Let me just check. Who? No, I'm just saying I want to see how many other members, so that I don't give you to speak when you have already contributed. So I can therefore follow what is on the first on the request list is the Honorable Manso.
He had spoken.
How is it that your name is not showing?
Mr. Speaker, I had spoken on that particular one.
Is it? Oh, sorry, you are number 10 actually. The next one is Honorable Atandi on the request. Have you also spoken? Very well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion on approval for third basis for sharing of national revenue allocated to counties. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few remarks. Honorable Speaker, I do not understand why CRA has decided to just identify just a few parameters to be used to determine the revenues that's being allocated to the counties. Yet, there are many functions that have been devolved. I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because if you go to counties, you find that counties are restricting their functions to just a few areas. Like, you find that most counties are preoccupied with doing earth roads, others are doing ECD, and they have largely ignored other important sectors such as agriculture, for instance, in my county. They have ignored areas like fishing, which is very, very crucial. And therefore, I would like to urge that in future formulas, the following parameters need to be given primacy. One is forestry. Honorable Speaker, forest cover is a very important matter in the world right now because of what is known as climate change. And you find that few countries are focusing on planting of trees and etc. And therefore, I also feel, Honorable Speaker, that forestry should really be a very important parameter for future allocation of resources, so that we have counties that do not even have trees. They need to be given an opportunity. Those ones that do not have trees, they should be given more resources, and that forestation should be used as a parameter for allocating those resources. Then, Honorable Speaker, I disagree with this. I disagree with one of the parameters which has been used to allocate resources here, and which is land mass. According to me, Honorable Speaker, land mass and population, there's no difference between land mass and population. Because if you go to these counties that are expansive, you will realize, Honorable Speaker, that the large populations are found within the towns. They are not found within the deserted landmass areas. And therefore, if we are going to consider population as a parameter for allocation of resources, then we need to do away with this landmass. Because I have not seen any county or county government that is having plans in place to access those large landmass where nothing is going on. A good example, Honorable Speaker, is Marsabit County. As an example, is one of the most expansive counties. But if you walk in Marsabit County, you probably find that people just reside in small towns, and the larger areas are empty. So my question is, why do we allocate resources to empty, expansive land where no one is residing? I know this is a very important issue for the debate for my colleagues who come from the northeastern region. But I think that if we are going to use population as a parameter, then I don't think it's important for us to use this landmass, because we are actually allocating resources to empty lands. And what are those resources rewarding us for? Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there are parameters such as blue economy. Honorable Speaker, when you go to a region like Nyanza and you go to the fishing areas, you find that those people people engaged in fishing, they have so many challenges. And when you talk to the county governments, they will tell you that they do not have resources to address some of those challenges that those people are experiencing. And therefore, I feel like the Senate or the CRA needs to go deeper and identify more other parameters that are instrumental in sharing these resources, so that we have a situation where economic activities such as fishing, which is substantially contributing to agriculture, form a basis for revenue sharing. Because then we will be able to say, I would be able, for instance, to get more resources based on fishing, which I don't think is obtaining in this formula. Otherwise, thank you and I support.
Member for Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this motion and this report, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, the discussion about the issue of this revenue sharing formula that has brought a stalemate at the Senate, that has brought to a standstill the operations of this country, shows us, Mr. Speaker, that we need to revisit some of the roles that the Senate plays and some of the roles that are played by the National Assembly. For very many months, Mr. Speaker, we had innocent Kenyans, hardworking people who were employed by county governments going without salaries, because some people decided to play politics on a matter as grave as this that was affecting the very nature of our 2010 Constitution, which is devolution, Mr. Speaker. And moving forward, we are hoping that this will never, ever happen again. And the intervention by the Budget Committee and this House should give precedence that we cannot be held hostage by the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. That there are Kenyans that need services provided for, and supremacy battles between individuals should not come at the expense of the welfare of our society. Most of the employees in our counties are young people. Some of us here probably can do without a salary for 3-4 months. But those newly employed people in the county governments cannot do with a salary for only 1 month. And then you starve them for 3 months just because you want to show who is superior and who is not. I would not like to talk beyond that, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to say this, Mr. Speaker. This should never be allowed to happen again. Let us take our our patriotism. Let us think about the welfare of the country beyond self. Let politics be backbench over development, over rule of law, over progress of the great Republic of Kenya that our forefathers fought for very many years, that bled their blood so that this can be achieved. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Subanov.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I sit in the Budget Committee and I support. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the executive for sorting out the impasse that we had that we had in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, I come from the legal persuasion, which is a natural school of thought, where I believe the law was made for man and not man for the law. And sometimes it actually calls, we may actually have to make political decisions over mathematical decisions. And I know there are people who are not happy with that decision. But I know, for instance, that, for example, when we went to Naivasha, as a select committee, we let go of 90 seats that were for women so that the country could move forward, because then we gave them to the men in the single-member constituencies, which is a decision that is coming to haunt the House now. But we don't want to repeat that. We want to sort out this issue so that it's not an issue that plagues the House yet again. And because of that, members have spoken to the issue of the perimeters that are faulty. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to re-emphasize some of the perimeters that are not very good. And I want to say that even though land is presumed to include water, but there is a problem because there's a big difference between the challenges you face when you have mass of land and mass of water. I represent 7 islands, Mr. Speaker, one of which you go on water for 1.5 hours on a speedboat, Mr. Speaker, and if you're actually doing development going to that area, if you want to do the roads, most of the contractors don't want to go because mobilizing just one tractor costs $500,000 when on land it costs 70. So if 70,000, so if you don't factor in waterways as an issue, not even just waterways as an issue, together with the roads, then we are not being realistic. So I think we need to put water, which talks about access to water, and waterways. And then there's a presumption that people who are around Lake Victoria have access to water. If you go to Mfangano Island in a place called Soklo, the first time I ever went there before motorbikes, I would never reach there because I didn't have the physical capability of reaching. Right now, I use 3 different means of transport to reach there. I will use a 4-wheel, it goes up to a point, motorbike up to a point, then I walk for the rest of the way. So we must also factor all those issues. Then, Mr. Speaker, again, if you are talking about agriculture, without mentioning fisheries, it's also very lopsided, because fisheries and agriculture are totally 2 different things, and if you don't factor in fisheries, then the challenge is that we will not be looking at the challenges that fisheries have when we actually the mainstay, for instance, in constituencies like mine is fisheries, not agriculture. You have agriculture, yes, but the greater bit of it is fisheries. And then, Mr. Speaker, we also need to unpackage when we talk about poverty. Does it include, for instance, mortality rates? And if so, for which year and which time? For instance, in my constituency, the mortality rate is 37 years. I think it's the highest in the country. And if we are factoring in this, how do we look at issues such as that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, on fiscal responsibility and accountability, I actually consider it a double-edged sword. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm saying that is because it might be a good thing to deny governors that are actually corrupt and misusing money for counties. But the money is not theirs. What we need to do is hold those governors accountable, but each county needs to get their due resources. So really, where we are actually the ones who are at fault, we should not then punish the general populace for the guilt of governors. And Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the Honorable Duale when he says that we are not focusing on the national cake. that we are actually focusing on very little money, which is the devolved funds. And Mr. Speaker, it's just that my time is up, but I could have also given another history how we got to 15% and, of this amount, which could have actually been less, but for my intervention, Mr. Speaker, in Naivasha, because I added there was not less than. And if I did not add those not less than, now the counties would be getting 5%. Because that had actually already gone. But, Mr. Speaker, we still have 75% at the national government. Is there equity in the distribution of those sums, Mr. Speaker? And we need, as a House, to help, and even on the equalization fund, that has been a thorn in our flesh. Because if those are sorted, then the issues that we are dealing with here will be sorted. Mr. Speaker, I support with reservations.
Well, of course, this House is the one with the responsibility of oversighting the 85%. So if this House is, members of this House are the ones complaining they don't know, then it means that they haven't done their work properly. Member for Wajir West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And from the beginning, let me thank the Budget and Appropriation Committee for doing this very fast, and also the Senate. Despite all the things that were going around the Senate, we must say that the senators have done their best to work on one Kenya. But the tragedy of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, in my view, is that we pass the buck on many issues we can handle ourselves. And we are in many problems because of not doing some of the things we are supposed to do, like the two-third gender, which is in our hands, whether to drop the whole article or not, or whether to raise the budget that goes to the counties from 15% to the 35%, because nothing stops Parliament to appropriate money to that effect. Mr. Speaker, there are many parameters used in this revenue sharing formula, and one of them is population. The tragedy about this is that it is based on the census results. And I can stand here and say that half of the people of Wajir West have not been counted, simply because these people are pastoralists. The Kenya Bureau of Statistics did not provide transport system for the enumerators and people collecting data. And the informations were only collected from people who are in divisions, locations, and settlements that are captured under the survey. So it is important that if we are going to talk about census results used as the population, then we must count every Kenyan, and that resources must be availed to reach every Kenyan where he or she is. On another parameter of health, we are talking about accessing level 5, 4, and 3. How do you access what you don't have? There are constituencies that do not have hospitals of this level. And unless it is the role of government to provide those services. So if you have not done and constructed such facilities, how do you again share revenue on their accessibility, especially on times and places where they are not? How do you also talk about agriculture and look like you're only talking about crop production? Because livestock, fisheries, all those things are part and parcel of agriculture. It is important that the Budget Committee, and I'm proud that the chair is here, take cognizance of this formula and these parameters, and that the next budget that will come to the National Assembly, whether it is through the supplementary or the main budget which we are going to be subjected to this formula. So that this House, because anybody, any visitor to this country in the last 3 months will think that the only revenue available for this country is what goes to the counties. You will think the dramas and the issues that were created around the revenue sharing formula, that this is the only thing at stake. So I agree with the Speaker that it is this House that appropriates and oversights the monies that are spent at the national government level. And these monies must also be subjected to such formula so that development reaches every part of this republic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, poverty index, because all these are dependent on data collected. Where are the individuals and the communities living far from areas that are surveyed, which also need the services that those in the urban centers need, have not been captured? How do we share formulas, revenue and money on the people, or on parameters that are not complete in their usage? So, Honorable Speaker, with this, I support the formula and the budget report. Thank you.
Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute and add my voice on the subject matter on the third basis of formula for revenue allocation between the counties. Honorable Speaker, I think the counties have suffered hard enough. It is important, whatever issues that we have with it, we pass it so to have a room to further ventilate and discuss on the matter. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the formula that's proposed that was amended, first of all proposed by CRA and one amended by the Senate. Honorable Speaker, from a casual look of it, some of the parameters that are proposed here, and in typical regression analysis, there could be a case of multicollinearity. That is to say, quite a number of these parameters are related and are a consequence of another. Therefore, this means, at the end of the day, there are counties that are bound to benefit because of multiple factors that are more or less related. Honorable Speaker, for example, naturally, land area would naturally go with the population in some cases. Likewise, land area is such an amorphous system to use because land that does not attract people means that that land is not productive and probably is marginal. It does not make a lot of sense to allocate substantial amount of percentage to the same. Nevertheless, Honorable Speaker, I do believe our colleagues from northern and eastern areas and the northern frontier have been very passionate about the land issue. However, it is important we appreciate as a country that they have the equalization fund, accepting that it has got a sunset clause. But we do believe if it is implemented in the 20 years that was proposed in the Constitution, then we should be able to address the challenges that seems to be wanting to be addressed on this matter. On this score, Honorable Speaker, indeed it is important, as my colleagues from the Lake region have said, the parameter of agriculture seems to be either narrowly defined because we have not seen the sub-parameters that are included in agriculture. I come from a constituency that half of the people solely depend on fishing, the blue economy, without very clear understanding or appreciation that agriculture encompasses the wider definition including fishing, then our communities are going to remain disadvantaged for many years to come. The systematic discrimination that started the session paper of 1963 or 60-something is more or less again finding its way on this particular revenue sharing formula. Honorable Speaker, I would want the Budget and Appropriation Committee to unpack what do they mean by agriculture. On another point, Honorable Speaker, we have the issue of health. It's also not very clear. Is health measured by the number of people who go to hospital, who record formal visits to hospital, or is it measured by the number of people who fall sick and don't seek medication? Many of our communities, because of the lack of medicine in hospitals, generally have sought and treated themselves using alternative means. Will the data that is available be used to disadvantage this kind of communities? Honorable Speaker, there are too many gray areas in this formula. But since it's politically expedient for now to pass the formula, I would reluctantly approve the passage of the formula. But of course, there are constitutional issues raised. The promissory note
of a further 58 billion. I'm sure Budget Appropriation Committee and my colleagues who are legal, who have got legal mind, will also have to unpack for us and understand where the miracle is going to happen. But since it was important to get the senators to agree so that they have something to write home about, let's pass it as it is and hope for the best. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as we appropriate money, it is important and extremely important, both at the national level and the county level, we must get all the executives, all the accounting officers to be accountable for the use of this money. It is public funds. Devolution was supposed to take this country far. It has done.
Well, honour members, the motion had a balance of 30 minutes. The 25 minutes have been spent with the last 5 speakers. So it's time for me to call on the mover to reply without question put, because that was by your resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And as I reply, I want to thank all the members who have contributed on this motion. You have given a lot of information, of course supported, but of course with a lot of reservation, which of course we had also observed in our report. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it very clear that this is not a formula from where we sit or from where I sit. It is more of a basis. It is more of a political formula. And we beseech the other house that maybe by next year, they will relook at this and come up with a scientific formula. They have based this basis, or this formula, so to speak, on a promise, on a moving target, that is 370 billion shillings, which of course is the responsibility of this house, not the other house, to set the figures that you go, the horizontal division of revenue, sorry, the vertical division of revenue, Mr. Speaker. So we hope that they will be able to address those issues. But finally, Mr. Speaker, the Senate took 1.5 months to deliberate. The Senate took 1.5 years to deliberate on a very simple thing, and to me, even to the committee, there is nothing that they did. Because even in this financial year, the 2020-2021, we will not use this formula. We will use the figures that were done in 2019-2020. But since we don't want to be seen to be the house that is blocking the release of resources to go to the counties, we will do it. We will do our part. We are also hoping that they are going to fast-track the CARA so that by next week, we are able to also pass that, but with that caution that by next year, Mr. Speaker, the Senate will revisit this issue and give the country a scientific formula. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honour members, and particularly members who contribute and then walk out, you do great disservice to the House. It's not right to just get a chance to contribute and then you sneak out, because we, like I observed, I'm aware that some members of various committees are going to travel to perform committee businesses later this evening. But nevertheless, honour members, let me put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, clauses 1 and 4 of the Constitution, on allocation of the share of national revenue among the counties, this House concurs with the Senate and approves the third basis for the annual allocation of the share of national revenue to the county level of government for the financial year 2020 to 2021, 2020 to 2020/2021 to 2024/2025, which shall consist of the allocation ratio and the formula as appears on the order paper. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, special motion, approval of appointment of the registrar and assistant registrars of the political parties.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. That pursuant to the provisions of Article 217, Subarticle 1 and Subarticle 4 of the Constitution, on allocation, no, sorry, I do apologize, reading the wrong motion. I apologize, I seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. I rise now to move this special motion that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment of registrar and assistant registrar of political parties, respectively laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 24, 2010, and pursuant to the provisions of paragraph 6 of the 6th schedule to the Political Parties Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons to the offices of the registrar and assistant registrar of political parties. Roman 1, Ms. Anne Delito for registrar of political parties. Roman 2, Mr. Ali Abdullahi Suru, assistant registrar. 3, Mrs. Florence Tabu Beria as assistant registrar. And B, rejects the appointment of Mr. Macaulay Wilson Moshochi to the office of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Mr. Speaker, on 8 September 2020, you communicated to the House a message from His Excellency on the nomination of Ms. Annie Delito for appointment to the position of Registrar of Political Parties, Mr. Abdullah Ali and Ms. Florence Tabuberia as Assistant Registrars for the appointment as Assistant Registrars. Mr. Speaker, statutory provisions appertaining to these appointments require that the notification together with the nominees' curricula were referred to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 42, Substanding Order 3C. The committee's report contained observations, findings, and recommendations to the suitability or otherwise of the nominees. To comply with the relevant provisions of the law, on Thursday, 10th September 2020, the clerk of the National Assembly, through advertisements in the local newspapers, the Daily Nation and the Standard, simultaneously invited the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath on the suitability of the nominees to be appointed in the said offices. Such memoranda were to be received as stipulated in the advertisement. No memoranda were received contesting the nominee's suitability. But indeed, sir, the committee received memoranda in support of nomination of Ms. Anne Derito for the appointment of registrar of political parties. The committee conducted the vetting process for approval of the nominees on Friday, September 18th, 2020, with the special reference to the Constitution of Kenya, and to accord to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approvals Act, Political Parties Act, the Leadership and Integrity Act, and the relevant provisions of the law. The clerk of the National Assembly requested his letter dated 9 September for the information regarding the nominee's status from the following agencies by acronym: EACC, KRA, DCI, ORPP, and HELP. Mr. Speaker, the said agencies did not have any outstanding issues with Ms. Anne Derito, Mr. Ali Abdullahi Suaru, and Ms. Florence Tabu Beria as nominees for the said positions. However, the DCI indicated that his office was unable, I emphasize here, the DCI indicated that his office was unable to clear Wilson Makore Mochochi. The committee, on behalf of my committee, I wish to thank the offices of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the support extended to it in the execution of its mandate. Further, the committee appreciates the role of our Secretariat for dedicated service to the committee. The committee, having considered the curricula, that is the academic standards, the academic credentials, professional training and experience, and the constitutional and statutory requirements relating to those offices, and having seen and perused the requirement procedures undertaken by the Public Service Commission for the said approval, and having had submissions during the approval hearings, filed Mr. Anne Derito, Mr. Ali Abdullah Swallow, and Ms. Florence Tabu Beria were suitably qualified for the appointment of the said positions. The committee found that Mukore Wilson Muhochi did not meet the relevant statutory requirements for the appointment of the position of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Finally, pursuant to the standing order 216 sub 5 and F. It is my pleasure and duty to present to the House the report of the vetting of the nominees with the following recommendations. 1, that the House approves the nomination of Ms. Anne Jerry Dirito for the appointment as Registrar of Political Parties to His Excellency the President. 2, that the House approves the nomination of Ali Abdullahi Suoru for the appointment of Registrar, Assistant Registrar of Political Parties by His Excellency. 3, that the House approves the nomination of Ms. Florence Tabu Beria for the appointment of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties to His Excellency the President. That regrettably and because of special circumstances, with very heavy heart, this House does not approve the nomination of Makole Wilson Muhochi for the appointment of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. I thank you, and now request Dr. Amoro, the Vice Chair of my committee, to second and perhaps elucidate further the grounds, particularly the grounds for the committee's failure to approve the case of Makore Wilson Muhochi. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Tiende Amolo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will endeavor to be quite fast. First, the 3 first nominees whose approval we have sought the House to adopt. It was unanimous, and even the one rejected was unanimous. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that each of the 3 are from different regions. The chair, the registrar, is from Nyandarua. Ali Suro is from Mandera. Florence Biria is from Kilifi. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that while the qualification for the registrar is to be at least 15 years, the registrar nominee has 21 years. For the other 2, we've recommended their nomination. It is to be at least 10 years. They each have 21 years and 19 years, respectively. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, is that in respect of each of all the nominees, we did not get any adverse reports. But in respect of the 3 nominees whose approval we have sought, we got approval reports from the DCI, who was unable to approve or clear the nominee whom we have rejected. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to note that each of those 3 nominees who we have sought approval for topped in the interview. Anne Deritu emerged number 1 out of the 3 names that were submitted to the President. The second nominee, Ali Suro, was number 2 out of 9 whose names were submitted. Number 1 was obviously omitted because she came from the same region as the nominee for registrar and from the same ethnicity. So obviously they had to come to number 2. Number 3, Florence Biria, emerged number 3 out of the 9. So obviously the President acted quite logically because there would have been a very good reason to omit those ones. Having said that, and lastly, it's also to note that each of those 3 nominees are quite highly qualified. All of them have at least a master's in their various fields. Mr. Speaker, let me explain why the committee found it difficult to approve the nomination of Makore Wilson Muhochi. Makore Wilson Muhochi comes from Migori County. And this is a young man of 26 years who demonstrated to us progressive thinking and a promising future, but who unfortunately is encumbered by certain statutory and other inhibitions that we could not overlook. The strongest one, and the first, Mr. Speaker, is the requirement of the law. This is a constitutional office which then is also embedded in the Political Parties Act. The Political Parties Act at section 33 requires you, 33(6), you must be qualified in at least one of 6 different disciplines. I will not read all of them, but the one that is relevant to this nominee is political science. 33(6)(c) then says, and this is important, that in the case of an assistant registrar has at least 10 years post-qualification experience in the relevant area of expertise, post-qualification experience. This nominee, and before I come there, let us read it together with the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act. This one requires at section 7B that this House must take into account any constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the office in question. So we were required to establish that this nominee has 10 years post-qualification experience in political science, which was his area of study. Unfortunately, this nominee only qualified in his basic degree in the year 2017. And his post-qualification experience is there for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, if you had me just 2 minutes to wind up. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, that we found difficulty in, and it's captured in the report, is that this office requires some demonstration of non-partisanship. By his admission, this nominee admitted that he has been actively, until the point of applying, actively involved as a youth leader of the governor of his county, in the entire county. And we found that difficult to, rationalize with non-partisanship. The third issue, Mr. Speaker, was that he was actually, although he's a...
No, an additional 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we had great sympathy for this young man because he's a person living with disability. And usually we were required to bend over backwards. But if we could not help noting that of the 9 nominees, he's also the one who came in last as number 9. Now, that coupled with the fact that DCI was unable to clear him, and coupled with the fact that there were issues in his academics. He had made certain representations, which I do not want to go into details, but upon interrogation, did not appear to be in tandem with this CV. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, therefore, the committee came to the conclusion that we could not recommend his approval. But as I close, Mr. Speaker, 2 things are to be said of this. One, it is unfortunate that the Public Service Commission could overlook such a basic statutory requirement and therefore mislead the President into recommending a name which we are unable to approve, because we cannot go behind the statute. But as we do this, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that in future we should also ask the Committee on Integration and Cohesion to table for us the names cumulatively of all those who have been approved to the various commissions and constitutional bodies. So that, because under Article 250, it is required that the collectivity should reflect the regional and ethnic diversity of this country. As long as we keep looking at them one by one, we will not get that overall picture. We need that picture. With that, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Well stated. I propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of the nominees for appointment as registrar and assistant registrars of political parties, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 24, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of paragraph 6 of the 6th schedule to the Political Parties Act 2011, this House, A, approves the appointment of the following persons to the offices of the Registrar and Assistant Registrars of Political Parties. Roman 1, Ms. Anne Deritu, Registrar of Political Parties. Roman 2, Mr. Ali Abdullahi Surul, Assistant Registrar. Roman 3, Ms. Florence Tabu Biria, Assistant Registrar. At B, rejects the appointment of Mr. Makore Wilson Mohochi to the office of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report of the committee and to commend them for a job well done, in especially when a committee has to, look through how do we reject a nominee brought by, the whole process from advertising to the head of state putting the name here. And I really want to congratulate them for that. Because this is not the first time it's happened in this House, where we actually find a nominee does not fit the bill. But eventually, this House ends up approving. And we may be well setting the wrong precedent. And I really want to thank the committee for standing firm on this and coming up and saying that, yes, there are issues, and we should stick to those issues so that we are not seen as a parliament that just rubber stamps what comes into the House. Honorable Speaker, political parties obviously play a big role in in terms of ensuring the democratic process takes place and is entrenched in this country, starting from particularly from the 90s, after the claim for multi-party democracy, and a critical institution to ensure that those political parties continue and are vibrant and they are not jokers is the office of the registrar. And it's a very odd situation that since the restoration of multipartyism, since the passage of the 2010 Constitution, the passing of the Political Parties Act, we are now 10 years down the line is when we are substantially filling that position. So we must thank, first of all the officers who have served in an acting capacity. Because when you serve in an acting capacity, you're working under threat. You could be relieved of your responsibility anytime. You have no security of tenure. But those officers have done their work diligently and have supported the growth of political parties for the last 10 years. And I think it's a sign of the dedication that these individual officers have put in that. And I want to really thank the committee for, first of all, even recognizing the acting registrar and recommending her to be to now be formalized in terms of as the substantive holder. Never mind that she comes from Nyandarua. In fact, I only learned the other day that she comes from Nyandarua because she's never acted that she wants to even be known that I'm either here or there, but as an officer of long standing. The other issue I just wanted to state is and I think I mentioned it, and I don't want to waste a lot of time on it. It's this issue of to thank our reference bodies, the DCI, the ESCC, the KRAs, and for doing their work. But one of the things, Speaker, that I want to share with this House is I had the opportunity of meeting the officers from the Kenya Revenue Authority who paid a courtesy call. And one of the things they said is that they actually receive these requests for certification almost close to the day before or 2 days before the committee is actually sitting. And perhaps they will need a longer period to interrogate a number of these officers before. So I would like to urge that perhaps we have that in mind, give them adequate time so that they can interrogate and give us the proper reports on all our nominees. And then we shall be doing proper justice to the nominees, whether pro or anti the recommendation. But be that as it may, I want to thank the committee for doing a good job. I want to congratulate those who will eventually be approved by this House, and to ask that they actually know that they have a bigger responsibility especially as we go towards the transitional elections of 2022, to ensure that the growth of political parties is anchored and it's in their.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to support the motion as presented by the JLR committee. First, let me also praise and thank and congratulate the committee for doing a good job. In fact, the mover of the motion was very slow in moving the motion. We were really struggling to hear what he was saying, but was very detailed in his presentation. If you had the opportunity to really pay attention and listen to him, and he was seconded also very ably. I just want to say a few things. Number one, I want to agree with Honorable Amos Kimunya, the leader of majority, that this office is very important. The office of the Registrar of Political Parties, very critical in terms of promoting democracy in this country, management of political party affairs and political party matters. Kenya is a multi-party democracy, as the Constitution spells it out, and therefore management of political parties is very cardinal in helping further and opening the democratic space in this country. Mr. Speaker, I just want to speak on the register of political parties, because I must admit that I have not interacted with the other candidates. Regarding Anne Nderitu, who is the registrar or the nominee for the register of political parties, I must say that this is a lady that I find very capable, competent, and has the temperament to handle that office, because we all will agree that this office requires good emotional stability to be able to handle the many complaints that you receive from political parties, some of which are very weird, because sometimes you find even the owner of the party being removed from the party, like the case of Third Way Alliance. And there are all kinds of madness in our political parties. So you require someone who has that stability to be able to manage and listen to all these people with divergent views. Like right now, we don't even know clearly, although myself, I believe that the leader of Ford Kenya is Wafula Wamunyinyi, but there are others who believe it is Moses Wetangula. So you require Anne Nderitu to deal with all these things. And Mr. Speaker, many others, including people who claim that parties have made a decision without calling party organ meetings. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not an easy job. And I think Anne Nderitu, I've interacted a lot with her. Even apart from handling and managing those issues, even the issues of helping parties promote financial management in terms of looking at our budget estimates. Those who have not been involved very closely in managing political party affairs may not have this information. I want to say here categorically that I think the president got the right person. In fact, this lady, I was wondering why she has been acting for far this long. But now that we have an opportunity to confirm her, I want to support that this House approves this appointment so that the president can appoint her to run this office substantively. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank and congratulate the committee chaired by the great lawyer Muturi Kigano, that you have also proved those who have been imagining and saying that National Assembly does not disagree with the executive. And I have no evidence in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, especially this 12th parliament, where we are just an appendage of the executive. Where is it that we have passed something that has come from the executive that is against the public interest? And so if this committee could reject appointment or proposed nomination by the president of a nominee who has been found to miss the basic qualification requirement, I want to say thank you very much and congratulations for that job well done. Finally, Mr. Speaker, and I want to agree, I think it was Honorable Tiende who said it. Surely, if the qualification criteria is 10 years post qualification experience, Mr. Speaker, how on earth would even a candidate with only 2 years pass the shortlisting stage, leave alone even interview? You are not even supposed to have appeared at the interview stage. So, Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I want to say I support the motion.
Member for Injera.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, from onstart, I want to support the report and congratulate the members of the committee for job well done. Secondly, I want to congratulate the registrar of political parties, a person who I know, a person who I've interacted with, and I want to say that congratulations to her. And we know for fact that political parties is a very, very important office, an office that is supposed to oversight all political parties' activities, to oversight the management and internal affairs of all political parties. We have of late seen many political parties that have problems in this country, and it is this particular office that is supposed to see, to oversight, to see the management and to see the problems and to solve the conflicts that are within those political parties, Mr. Speaker. And being a country that we are proud of, personally I'm proud of my country, and a country that I feel is a democratic country. We know what we have gone through. We know and how we struggle as a country to achieve the 2010 Constitution. We have been in the streets. We have been in Bomas. Personally, I was a delegate in Bomas. I was a committee member of Bishop Solometi Consensus Building Team. And finally, I was in Naivasha with Mheshimiwa Mili, who is seated there, Mheshimiwa Kioni, whom we have differed many times on issues that both of us felt passionate about, issues that are important for this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and for us, she has acted many, many years, and for her to be nominated, to be confirmed as an office bearer, then I'm very happy that then she will have her independence and she will be able to stand very firm, and she will be able now to, you know, deal with political parties that have had a lot of challenges and problems in this country, Mr. Speaker, because now, as we discuss and approve her name, and we approve that her other colleagues, then that office will have the teeth to bite. It will have a capacity to manage its mandate, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is the right time, because this is the time we really need to put all our systems in place, all our organs in place, because if we do not do that, then we'll be very late. Elections are around the corner. And we must have all our system, be it IEBC. We know IEBC has an issue, it has a problem, and now that we are talking about the political parties office, then the next we need to look into is the IBC team. We really need to look into that office to see into it that we do have a group who are well constituted, who have the mandate, who can stand. Because today, it's a fact well known that we have a challenge with IEBC in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want again to say congratulations to the team. And I want to follow where the minority leader left by saying, and we are proving that even when the executive sends a name to Parliament, then the Parliament can critically look at it, and it can check properly and can refuse that and reject because of not we are rejecting because of we hate the person or we know the person, but because of criteria, qualification, and the mandate that this person is supposed to undertake in this country. And these offices are very important. So I'm saying to the committee, congratulations, and we will stand by you and we will support you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Odur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, from the onset, congratulate the committee and to thank them for a very clearly expressed indication, Mr. Speaker, of suitability of those who they are presenting to us as competent, as experienced, and as qualified. Mr. Speaker, it is extremely important that we get the right leadership, particularly in the political parties, because as has been indicated by both the chair of the committee and the minority leader, and very clearly explained by the vice chair, we want to be seen to observe statutory regulations. Mr. Speaker, I support the committee report from a large extent because as I sat here, Mr. Speaker, I reflected on experience that has been gathered, and Mr. Speaker, allow me, I felt I needed to speak to my experience. Mr. Speaker, I opted not to fly to Mombasa for my committee report today because out of commitment, Mr. Speaker, I had a statement which Mr. Speaker had been informed, having followed very meticulously, that was going to be presented today. And Mr. Speaker, as you rightly indicated, that we do not just come up with interventions out of nowhere. I also, in a very committed way, sought to get that intervention. I indicate this, Mr. Speaker, at this point because I must say at this point in history, with the journey that I have walked, seeking to get equitable, not just voice, but in a way, Mr. Speaker, that we work in our systems to allow particularly sometimes perception that those who are of the other gender, Mr. Speaker, might not be as qualified to play certain roles. I feel that it is extremely useful that at this particular time we see Anderitu, who, Mr. Speaker, I think as we look at, we do not in any way begin to see her gender, but we can clearly, as we look at the terrain of political parties, as we look at the challenges that the political parties experience, we can see that this is a Kenyan, that indeed, in your words, Mr. Speaker, we might not need to be saying chairman, we might say chairperson, but we would indeed see that what they are saying is correct. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I support this report, I felt that it was a useful point in our history to encourage us at whatever level we are to allow that we do not in any way bring sometimes preconceptions or stereotypes, and we do not, when we are looking at people to hold positions, seek to determine whether or not their gender or some other level, ability or youth come into play. And therefore, as I support this committee, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that there is a sense in which all of us in our country, looking in particular at Chapter 6, which I see the committee referring to, looking in particular at our laws, which I see the committee is indicating in the statutory requirements, looking in particular at competence, which the committee has indicated, I do sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that we will, in the country, look at this. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that it might not be seen that there might be members of parliament who are not committed. I want, Mr. Speaker, to say and go on record that I have twice somehow been on the wrong side, if you could put it that way, when it comes to the statements. And Mr. Speaker, I felt that it would really have been useful that if a statement, as I had indicated earlier, I had been informed was going to be presented. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, that this is on your plate because you gave us good guidance. But I am actually just registering that it would have been useful for the chair, because then as the National Cohesion Committee member, I have opportunity to hear what Honorable Tiende said, and I will tell my chair, but I feel somehow a little...
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to join my colleagues in appreciating the report by the committee, where I'm also a member. And on the onset, also thank and congratulate Madam Nderitu Ann for her being nominated as the registrar of political parties. Honorable Speaker, Ann appeared before our committee, and her presentation was very, very, what I would say, smart and accurate. She was very positive. She gave us her humble beginning in terms of the civil service career, having begun her career as a teacher and grew up into being an inspector, where she began to be the first AIE. Honorable Speaker, my background being that concerned with finance, I was very much impressed that for all that long, she has never, Honorable Speaker, had any accusation nor any dark statement on her side pertaining AI holding in the civil service. Honorable Speaker, long has gone that most civil servants could mess up in terms of accounting for resources and managing public funds. Honorable Speaker, Ann Nderitu came out very, very clear, very smart, a very eloquent civil servant who demonstrated the ability, Honorable Speaker, to really manage the political parties fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in terms of the experience of what she is going to handle as the registrar of political parties, I felt, Honorable Speaker, that this originated from her being a manager from IEBC. She grew up with IEBC, Honorable Speaker, and especially her last participation as a tutor in terms of training and managing the electoral process in IEBC in 2017, Honorable Speaker, came out very, very distinctive, very accurate, and in my opinion, Honorable Speaker, it gave me an eye that Ann Nderitu is the best qualified person for this office, Honorable Speaker. Considering, Honorable Speaker, that the predecessor, Madam Lucy Nderitu, had held this office for about, Lucy Ndungu has held this office for about 8 years without being confirmed, Honorable Speaker. That was terrible, and I feel, and I felt as well that time, that time is due, that it's good and it's important, and we appreciate the President for nominating Ann Nderitu to be the registrar. Honorable Speaker, the times ahead of us is political, and we are all going to face the political turbulence in terms of appearing before the political parties, and some of the questions we are posing to her on interactive basis, Honorable Speaker, which might not have been the report, is how is she going to react to members? How is she going to react to political parties who are under dispute? She could easily separate Lucy Ndungu herself and Lucy Ndungu acting as the registrar of political parties. That distinction, Honorable Speaker, was very critical, very important, so that if there is a dispute, Honorable Speaker, political parties are run by the members of that political party, not the registrar, Honorable Speaker. That distinction came out very clearly, and I feel she is the right person for the job. Honorable Speaker, for the case of Mohochi, Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself with the issue of the CEO for CDF when he appeared before this House, Honorable Speaker, but because he was not qualified in terms of the law, this House voted that professor out of being the CEO of CDF. Similarly, situation, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Mohochi does not qualify in terms of statutory provisions as it is today, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, it will be important, Honorable Speaker, that this House votes not to approve the name of Mr. Mohochi, because he did not qualify in terms of the ethics. We cannot really verify because the DCI is also not sure of this person. Honorable Speaker, this person lacks the 10-year mandatory requirement as per the Political Parties Act, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, in terms of law, this person does not qualify, and therefore I'll be asking also to support that this person is not appointed, Honorable Speaker. As an
Member for Ganze, Mwambire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also demonstrate my support to the report from the committee. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report and hear the sentiments shared by both the chair and the vice chair, it is clear that this committee made a very good observation and analysis of the 4 members. And their recommendation is quite fair, Mr. Speaker, because one, they have all looked at their education background and professionalism, and even the one whom they have recommended not to be given an opportunity to serve, they have gone ahead to give details which are very clear. And I also congratulate him because looking at the circumstances which made him to come to all along to the committee, it means he had a courage. And he should also be advised to next time to at least think twice, because he's somebody who is living with disability. I think that is the reason why he thought he would get that opportunity. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the issues at the Registrar of Political Parties office, there has been a lot of issues. And solving those issues, Mr. Speaker, in most cases becomes very difficult if someone is not confirmed. If somebody is just acting like the issue of Anne Nderitu. Mr. Speaker, I believe from now henceforth, after adoption of this report, all the issues that we have been having in our political parties will be streamlined, and I believe the issues that we which normally even trickle to the assembly, will never be seen again. I support the report, Mr. Speaker, and believe that after giving them an opportunity, we'll see the change that we have been always yearning for. Thank you very much for according me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to share my support.
Honorable Danita Gatti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. To, first of all, Mr. Speaker, congratulate Madam Anne Nderitu, because Mr. Speaker, Madam Anne Nderitu has worked in this country in her line with a lot of soberness, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm so gender. Madam Anne Nderitu has really worked well at the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. Mr. Speaker, it is such a wonder why, Mr. Speaker, with such a huge responsibility that is the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, that one works there in an acting capacity. It is not good, Mr. Speaker, and it is a shame. That is the same scenario, Mr. Speaker, that the previous holder of that office, Madam Lucy Ndungu, you remember, also served in that capacity of acting for a long time, Mr. Speaker. And that should really tell us that, really, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to offices, I don't know why we put ladies, Mr. Speaker, to act for so long without being, confirmed. How do you handle an office like that without being confirmed for you to be able to exercise your mandate? Mr. Speaker, Madam Anne Nderitu has really worked with us, and especially women, Mr. Speaker, really taking us through the issues of women. And you know very well that is the office that really handles the political parties fund, Mr. Speaker. And we have really gained a lot as women of this country in terms of these issues of governance, Mr. Speaker, and the democratic space that we as women also enjoy in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I do not agree with the committee recommendation, one is where they reject a person with disability and a youth in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know Mr. Wilson Makore personally. I know him as a young person, Mr. Speaker. And for me, it really brings me back to the question, where do we put young people who are struggling? And where do we put persons with disabilities, Mr. Speaker, who are also struggling? Mr. Speaker, sir, the mere virtue of a person with disability having to have that confidence to walk into Nairobi and to offer himself, Mr. Speaker, to be interviewed, to be an assistant registrar, Mr. Speaker, should also try to look at it in a way, Mr. Speaker, that really gives persons with disabilities opportunities in this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the report of the committee, what the committee is saying, Mr. Speaker, is that Mr. Wilson Makore did not actually provide the report from DCI, the certificate of good conduct. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what they're saying, is that the Directorate of Criminal Investigations indicated that his office was unable to clear Mr. Makore as the police clearance application was still in the process. Mr. Speaker, at least it was still in the process. Not that, it was... He had produced, he had actually indicated that he had even gone to DCI and applied. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a mere, for me, as much as it is a statutory requirement, Mr. Speaker, that should also have made them to think of this is a person with disability, Mr. Speaker, who is offering himself for a position in this country, Mr. Speaker. This is a person with disability, Mr. Speaker, first of all, who comes also from a minority community in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate that every time we are talking about a county like Migori, we only think that Migori is a Luo Migori. Migori has Kuria Migori, Mr. Speaker. Migori has also Somali Migori. We are communities, Mr. Speaker, and the whole idea of putting people under one, it becomes a little difficult. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other requirement, Mr. Speaker, because this Makore is Kuria, by the way, and the Kuria in this country have been so marginalized for a long time since the eras of Honorable Machage, who was here in this house, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not only about tribe. It is also about the effort of a person with disability, a youth with disability, trying, Mr. Speaker, to offer themselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the report, it says that the committee did not receive any objection to this person, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if they did not reject any objection to his interview, why, Mr. Speaker, can't the committee give such a young person an opportunity to grow? We know it is a big office. The guy has never committed any crime, Mr. Speaker. I know we are talking about regional representation, and the committee has brought about the faces of Kenya. It has a face of Kenya. But, Mr. Speaker, denying a person with disability, who, Mr. Speaker, we know the challenges that they go through to get an education, to get training, Mr. Speaker. How then are we going to actualize the 5% employability in this country if we deny such young people opportunities, Mr. Speaker, to present themselves before the committee? Mr. Speaker, I want to urge you, Mr. Speaker, from where you sit, Mr. Speaker, to give this guy another opportunity, or to give another...
Unfortunately, the Constitution bars me from voting, so I may not express myself one way or other. Member for Mandela East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I want to support the report of the committee and thank the committee members, the chairman and the vice chair, for having done such a good work. Mr. Chairman, it's very clear that from the nominees that the two assistant registrars come from very humble counties, the county of Kilifi and the county of Mandera. And this has really given that despite Kilifi and Mandera being marginalized, we can be able to produce learned people like Surau and Florence, and myself as well. And having said that, I wish to support the report.
Member for Tetu. Oh, these are members who put their cards, and another member for member for Taveta.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii ili niweze kuongea juu ya mwandishi mkuu wa vyama vya kisiasa hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nataka kusema kuwa nimefurahi kuwa katika hali hii ya Mheshimiwa Rais kutuletea majina hapa, alikuwa ameleta majina mawili ya wanawake na majina mawili ya wanaume. Hilo nampongeza sana Mheshimiwa Rais kuwa aliona kuwe na usawa katika ugawaji wa kazi hii ambayo zilikuwa ni ofisi za watu wanne. Mheshimiwa Spika, najua tuko katikati sasa hivi ya masuala ya jinsia, na nataka kumpongeza Rais kwa kufanya huo uamuzi. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa ufupi tu ningependa kusema katika hao wote wanne, Anne Deritu na Florence Biria ni kina dada ambao nawafahamu. Nawafahamu kazi yao, nawafahamu kwa muda mrefu, sikuwafahamu leo, na na imani kuwa wataweza kazi hii. Na kulingana na kubobea kwa kazi kwa Anne Deritu ni kuwa ni sawa amepatiwa kuwa mwandishi mkuu katika kusimamia vyama vya kisiasa hapa nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, Florence Biria pia namfahamu, ninajua anaweza kazi na bila shaka atafanya kazi nzuri. Kwa uchache tu ningependa kuzungumzia juu ya kijana huyu ambaye kusema kweli nafikiria Mheshimiwa Rais alikuwa ameamua kupeana kwa mlemavu na pia awe ni kijana. Ningependa kusema kuwa kijana huyu ambaye ni mlemavu, Mheshimiwa Rais alimchagua kwa nia safi, isipokuwa ukiangalia sheria vile ilivyo ni kuwa hakutoshea na hakubobea kuwa kwenye nafasi hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna umuhimu wa kuwa kijana huanza kwa kutambaa ndio aweze kukimbia. Ukiangalia sana, mimi ningependelea kuwa walemavu wapatiwe, ningependelea kuwa jamii ndogo kama Wakuria pia wapatiwe nafasi, kwa sababu ni haki yao kupatiwa nafasi, lakini isiwe kuwa mtu ambaye akianza kazi hajafanya kazi kwa muda unaofaa, kwa muda mrefu, na pia kwa umri wake. Kazi kama hii ni kazi nzito, sio nyepesi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nakubaliana na taarifa hii iliyotolewa na kamati hii kuwa hao watatu wapatiwe kazi na huyu mmoja aanzishwe kutambaa kwanza kabla hajafika kwenye kazi ya ofisi kubwa kama hiyo. Natoa shukurani kwa kamati kwa kazi ile iliyofanya, na nikimalizia pia ni kumrudishia Mheshimiwa Rais shukurani kuwa ametupatia nafasi, na haswa nafasi 2 kwa kina mama kati ya nafasi 4. Hilo ni jambo limenifurahisha, na sasa hivi ni nafasi 2 kati ya nafasi 3. Hivyo basi kwa sasa hivi thuluthi 2 zimeangaliwa na Mheshimiwa Rais. Asante sana.
Thuluthi. Member for Kabondo Kaspur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I too want to appreciate the committee for a job well done and congratulate the 3 candidates for being approved this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I do note as my on issues like this, I would call for consistency. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. And when we approve these names, I'm sure that the citizens out there would be able to go back to some of our decisions to see whether there were consistencies in what we have said today and what we said yesterday. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the youth, I'd also want to say that there are certain jobs that require a certain level of maturity and experience. And they are clearly spelled out in the terms and conditions of service in almost all government organizations. And therefore, I am in agreement that the young man is still young, too young, and the years of experience are too short to be able to handle an office of this nature. So issues of ethnicity and all that, I get a bit sensitive about them, particularly when they are brought in a case like this, because I really don't think that that was an issue when they were making that decision to deny the young man this job. Even when it comes to disability, there are certain positions that I don't think you should get simply because of your condition. I don't think so. that once we spell out your qualification, disability is not inability. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee's report, and I support appointment of the 3 candidates who this afternoon have been approved by the House. Thank you very much. I support. Thank you.
Let's then get a one from the elderly. Member for Kitutu Church North.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing the elderly. We are marginalized, especially in this House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the recommendation of the committee, and I want to thank the committee for having done a very thorough job. I also want to thank the President for having nominated 2/3 from the other gender, which has been crying around the country. I hope, I was thinking that that gender would oppose this report because it has got 2/3 from a smaller gender than from a bigger gender. But be it as it may, Mr. Speaker, this is to confirm handing the Rito into this position is a great thing that has been done by this House, by the President and by this House. I remember the previous acting registrar of political parties was on that job for over almost 8 years on an acting capacity. And Mr. Speaker, when you are acting, you never really demonstrate your ability because you work with fear. It's only when you are confirmed that you can demonstrate to all the people that you are serving that you are capable of doing something or you are not capable of doing something. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that we are going into a very, very tense period, political period in this country as we approach 2022. Thus, I'm assuming that we will disregard or will not observe what Maraga did, what Maraga's advice was. And therefore, but we will still be facing a tense political period. And with this confirmed officers, I'm sure our political management will be done better than when they are acting. I remember, Mr. Speaker, that a number of parties, nearly all parties, all major parties in the country, have got problems, have got issues right now. Whether it's Jubilee or ODM, where they have been trying to impeach somebody for 2 weeks and they cannot realize a quorum to impeach somebody in Migori. Whether it is Jubilee, whereby maybe they wanted to field a candidate in Musambweni, they are not able to do it. Now, all parties, or whether it's Ford Kenya, where we don't know who is their boss. Is it Munyinyi, Muteja, or is it Weta? Whether it's ANC, which doesn't have a party secretary general. All the party secretary generals have quit. So we are saying that we are getting into a situation whereby this country will be highly agitated politically. And we need this confirmation of these 3 people so they can manage the political issues in this country. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg support.
Member for Narok North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to also add my voice on this matter, and I'd like to first of all commend the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, it's actually making us proud to at long last have a register of political parties who is not acting. Honorable Speaker, the lady is qualified. And I believe she'll be able to actually rectify the political turmoil that we have in this country as far as political parties are concerned. Honorable Speaker, I've also seen that the registrar and her assistants actually from different parts of the country, and that one actually shows that it actually encompasses the affairs of Kenya. I have heard Honorable Kati talk about the minorities, and I support her. I support her because minorities must also play a role in the management of the affairs of this country. And the only problem is that the law does not permit this young man to take up the position. And I believe it's also something that we need to look into, because if at all we'll always be relying on the experience of people, 10 years, 15 years, then what happens to those who have experience of 8 years and down? Because the youth are actually the main political stakeholders. The youth are the majority. They are the members of these parties. So when you lock them out because of experience, I think we are doing a lot of disservice to the young people. So I think we need to relook at these statutes and try to ensure that everybody participates in the affairs of this country. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to just say that we are actually at a crossroads in this country, politically, and I've seen a lot of activities, most of them negative. You have seen people being overthrown here and there. You have seen people being de-whipped, people being, removed political party lists. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. And I think we need somebody like this one who will be neutral, who is well-informed, and who is conversant with her job, and will ensure that if it's the right of an individual member, the rights are protected. If it's the rights of the party, and this we must realize and accept, that some parties have owners, such that if you are not in the good books of the owners, then you end up suffering. So I believe she'll be forthright, she'll be firm, and ensure that each Kenyan gets their rights, irrespective of where they come from. And I believe, Honorable Speaker, we don't have any reason to doubt or not to accept the decision of the committee. And I would like to tell my colleagues, let us approve, but the issue of the young man is something that needs to be revisited, not necessarily now, but it needs to be revisited in future. And I believe the minorities must be considered. It cannot just be the majority all the time, because honestly, Honorable Speaker, when you look at appointments in this country, people have started grumbling. They have started grumbling, because if today is this position, the same people. The other one, the same people. What do you think Kenyans will think? They'll think that there is, there is no equality, and there is some kind of segregation. So, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Member for Shinyalu.
Asante Bwana Spika, asante sana. Nataka kuunga mkono mjadala huu ambao ni muhimu sana. Na pili, unapomsikia dada Naomi Shaban akizungumza Kiswahili na kiboronga sawasawa, na unaona kwamba unapata uchu kidogo nawe pia uweze kukizungumza Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo nimemwona ni mkiritimba na mtu ambaye ana ujuzi mwingi sana katika ubabe katika lugha hiyo. Kwa hivyo mimi kama mjumbe wa Shinyalu nasimama hapa katika kumuunga mkono kumuunga mkono Bi Ann Nderitu kama kwamba ni mama ama ofisa ambaye ninavyomjua ana ujuzi mzuri na pia ana mahusiano mazuri na watu, na vile vile ni yule ambaye ana hulka, tabia nzuri ambaye tunaweza kuona kwamba yafaa sana kushikilia wadhifa huo katika kuendeleza gurudumu hili ambalo ni telezi. Na kama mnavyojua kwamba kwa mara nyingi tumewajua wale waliokuwa pale hapo mbeleni, kama kuna yule samahani Lucy Ndungu ambaye pia alifanya kazi nzuri, lakini ujua ukiwa kaimu inakuwa ni vigumu sana wewe kuweza kutekeleza na kuweza kushikilia vizuri, kwa sababu hujui kesho wala siku gani utakayotolewa. Kwa hivyo ningependa kumshukuru rais kwa kuweza kumchagua yule mtu anayefaa zaidi, na kwamba pia kuzingatia yale majadiliano yaliyofanywa na shirika la kuajiri. Kwa hivyo naweza kusema kwamba hiyo ni heko kwake. Na ningependa kumuuliza Nderitu kwamba lazima akae ange kwa sababu ofisi hiyo sasa inafika wakati ambapo tutakuwa na mambo mengi, mambo ya kudafilisha na kuchanganya. Kama mnavyojua kwamba kuweka ile register ama ile shajara mara nyingi huwa ina mshikili kidogo, kama kwamba unaona kwamba unaweza kujikuta umo kwenye chama kingine ambacho si chako. Nami nakumbuka wakati nikitafuta uchaguzi wangu, haswa baada ya kuteuliwa kama mgombea wa chama cha ODM, nilipelekwa kotini, nikajikuta kwamba nimo katika chama cha ANC. Mimi sasa ni mwanachama wa chama cha ANC, na registrar yule anayesimamia basi alikuwa amesema basi mimi ni chama, na hakuna hata wakati mmoja niliwahi kuwa kule, lakini ukiangalia kwenye shajara ama register zile zinasema kwamba huyu Mheshimiwa Kizito ni mwanachama. Kwa hivyo niliweza kurudi tena kwa uchaguzi kwa sababu ya hiyo. Kwa hivyo ningependa kwamba lazima akae angalie rekodi hizo sawa sawa, ili tusije tukawa na balaa na belua kama hiyo, kwa sababu kama unavyojua sisi wanasiasa mara nyingi tunakuwa na mambo yetu ambayo wanajua sisi, hii mambo yetu ya kisiasa sio mambo ya Kaisari. Haya ni mambo si ya kanisa, ni mambo ya Kaisari. Kwa hivyo sisi lazima tuachiwe njia yetu, pia tufanye vile tunavyotaka, lakini naye pia kuwe ili tuweze kushirikiana vizuri. Nikirejelea suala la yule bwana aliyebanduliwa nje ambaye ndio mhoji, ningependa kumuunga mkono sana dada Bi Danida, kwamba kweli kijana yule amefanya bidii na ameonyesha kwamba ni shujaa, na ningependa kumtolea kongole na nimupatie heko kubwa kabisa, kwa sababu kujaribu hilo ni swala nzuri. Na mimi pia ningependa kuwakumbusha tu kijana yule nafikiri ameshinda. Kijana yule ameshinda kwa sababu amefika mpaka kiwango cha rais wa nchi hii, amiri jeshi mkuu, kuweza kuweka kidole kwamba yuafaa. Lakini sasa wale waitifaki wa kutarazaki, wale wenye ujuzi wa kina Otiende, basi waliangalia pale wakamwona kwamba yeye hatoshi. Kwa hivyo lakini tumpatie moyo, siku nyingine huenda akapata. Mimi nampatia kongole, kwa hivyo amefanya bidii sana, lakini kwa mujibu wa taarudhi na kanuni zinazosimamia mambo hayo hangeweza kupatiwa fursa hiyo, na nampatia kongole. Na labda tuseme kwamba tutafute namna, Bwana Spika, inafaa tutafute namna ya kuweza kuwapatia nafasi vijana. Tukiangalia katika sheria zetu tuweza kulegeza mahali fulani kwa minajili ya vijana, kwa sababu vijana nao pia tukitafuta mambo ya ujuzi ama tajriba fulani atakuwa amepata wapi? Labda ni mtu amesoma tu, ametoka shuleni, lakini ana uwezo wa kuweza kufanya vizuri. Lakini sasa mara nyingi tunakuwa kwamba tunaangalia ujuzi, tajriba, miaka mingapi, amesomea nini. Sasa swala hilo huwa linaganganya na linaweza kuweka mahali pabaya sana. Kwa hiyo tungependa kuomba kwamba hawa walemavu na vijana vile vile waangaliwe. Nchi lazima iangalie vijana, kwa sababu tunaweza kumpata mzee wa miaka 50 lakini ana akili ndogo kushinda kijana, na uweze kumpata kijana aliye na miaka hiyo ya mhoji na akili nyingi sana kushinda mzee. Kwa hivyo swala la umri lisiwe ndio kikwazo, ama ni ile unasema experience, tajriba. Inaweza kuwa ni tajriba mbaya, unaweza kuwa ulikuwa na tajriba ya wizi, ujuzi wako mwingi miaka 40 lakini wizi tupu. Kwa hivyo utasema ni tajriba gani ile? Kwa hivyo inategemea, Bwana Spika, inategemea.
Wacha tusikie tajriba kutoka kwa Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to speak after such eloquent Kiswahili, noting that Kiswahili is not my mouth. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity to support the recommendations by the committee. Mr. Speaker, for two reasons, no, not two, more than two, but Mr. Speaker, one, definitely because of a gender balance, which is a reason that we are here, and maybe the House would be, those who are not very happy with the advisory would be happy to know that there is an order to suspend in the court. But having said that, for temporarily, but Mr. Speaker, having said that, I would also want to say that from what the committee has presented, those who have been picked have actually competence, and the only challenge is they have their work cut out for them. And members have actually indicated some, but I saw that even from the advisory yesterday, people were stuck at the word shall. I think for the registrar, her work will not be cut out on shall, but on the word deemed. Because the greatest work that has been a challenge for all of the registrars is we look at section 12(5) of the Political Parties Act, is the persons who will be deemed to have left their political parties. Like today, I've seen a member of our party who is standing very nicely with a candidate in Msambweni, who is an independent candidate, and my party is not sponsoring an independent candidate. As soon as she's passed, she's confirmed, we will be asking her to deem that member not a member of our political party and having lost. So her work will be cut out on the word deemed. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that will be big for her is the political parties primaries bill. I know that there is a draft that the office had actually brought. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the laws that will be very instrumental in leveling the playing field, especially from a gender perspective. Because a lot of women fall off on the side, not because they are not strong, but because the political parties' primaries are so skewed in favor of the men. And because of that, we are hoping the political parties' primaries bill will be one of the things that will be on her agenda so that we have a better way. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are and I sympathize with my sister, Honorable Denita Gatti, especially on the issue of minorities and of youth. Mr. Speaker, as a person who is a supporter of the youth and persons with disability, I want to say I'm very happy that Honorable Denita and the others, Honorable Sankok, have taken this issue very strongly. So some of us nowadays, we just sit and rest and we focus on gender and human rights issues. But I want to say that where you actually have a very clear legal stipulation, then even in the face of youth and gender, we will actually be going against the rule of law, to go against very clear legal provisions. And what I would want to encourage is for this young man, if another position could be found to support him, because his expectations have really been risen high. But I would also want to say that I've been very consistent when bills come in this parliament in reducing the age for youth so that you can have younger people getting more jobs, because this young generation are much faster and more informed than us, and they are able to actually take on tasks that some of us had to wait 15 or 20 years in order to take. But I would also want to indicate that I've noted, and I would want to encourage my sister to note, that even though they are only, she keeps mentioning Luos and Kurias in Migori County. At least today I've heard us mentioning Somali. I want to also remind her there are Subas in Migoris and Maragoli. So I would want to say that because of that, whenever she mentions them, remember that there are also Subas that are minority in Migori that should be considered. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on a light note, I want to say that in protest today, I'm wearing the Manchester United uniform to protest against a bad uniform that is giving us very poor results. And I'm calling on the responsible people to please change the uniform for Manchester United so that we can score. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Molo.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this great report.
Just a minute, I can see an intervention from a member for Royal Suburbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that it appears all members contributing are in agreement that the two officers are prudent and diligent, may it please you, Mr. Speaker, to invoke Standing Order 95 to invite the mover to reply.
Let me finish my time.
Okay, let me hear the member for Molo, then I'll put that to you to make the decision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that kind consideration. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, as a young person of this country who was elected as a member of parliament at a young age, I would like to congratulate Mr. Makore Wilson Mohaji. Not necessarily because he did not get to the final stage of being approved, but he made his name made to the floor of this house. And in the history of parliament, it is in the Hansard that a young person from a remote village in Migori dared to dream, that dared to apply for a job of that high standing, and that he went through a committee of parliament, got vetted, and for the only reason that he had not achieved the constitutional requirement of 10 years of post-election, post-qualification experience, he would have been an assistant registrar of political parties. So Makore Wilson, wherever you are, congratulations, you are going to get to make a great guy in this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the youth miss out on opportunities because we do not even attempt to apply for them. Sometimes we hear our friends, our constituents telling us, Honorable Member of Parliament, help me push for this particular appointment, for this particular job, only to realize that they don't even make the first attempt of applying for that position. But here is a young man who went all the way, even probably despite him knowing that he did not meet that requirement, went and got all that. So congratulations, Mr. Makore, and you are going to become a great Kenyan in this republic. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this lady Anne Derito proves to us what I have constantly said at the floor of this house, that this country is ready for women leadership. But that women leadership doesn't need to be forced down our throats. That we can have women who are qualified like Anne Derito, who will get appointed by the president and unanimously passed by a committee, and then unanimously passed by the whole house. Not because she's a woman, but because she's qualified for that particular position. That's what I'm talking about. That they are qualified Kenyans. They are qualified women, and people want to be led by these qualified people, whether they are men, whether they are women, or whether they are youth, as long as they are qualified and they demonstrate that they have what it takes to lead this country. So for that, I would like to congratulate Anne Derito for that appointment. This National Assembly has been said many times that we have become a rubber stamp of the executive. That everything that has been pushed to us by the executive gets passed with the list of questions. And that's why we have even had people that we have approved before that did not have even the qualifications. We even tried to fill up their CVs just so that we could approve what the executive has said. But this report shows that we have an independent National Assembly. And that is probably why, Mr. Speaker, even this advisory by the Chief Justice is because they are afraid that if we have an independent parliament, then they are not going to push things the way they would like them to push in this country. We have had issues. Look at the issues that we're debating today. Whether it's about the welfare of Mera farmers in Igembe, or that road that needs to be fixed, or that electricity that needs to be fixed in a particular village in Molo. Those issues are debated here objectively and proper decisions made. So as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, the new registrar of parties will have a big act in bringing sense into our political parties. We need to have political parties that, yes, are disciplined, but allow divergent views. Because now what we have, Mr. Speaker, are political parties that are run as personal property. And that is against the spirit of the Constitution, the spirit of having multi-party democracy. Because that multi-party democracy said that we would have a right to give a different opinion, and that would be respected. And not just being punished.
Very well. Honourable members, there is a member who is banning to just say because that particular nominee who's been rejected is from his county, or he said to have paid fees for him. You can speak from there. We'll give you the mic from where you were. And you should feel comfortable speaking next to the leader of minority. Now, you want to go and stand there alone.
I didn't have the... Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. First of all, let me congratulate the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for a job well done within a short time, and for the report that they presented to this House. And I also agree that this House has the right to approve and disapprove of nominees, and that we are not a house that rubber stamps. And that the committee has demonstrated this, so at least we are safe. I want to congratulate the nominee for Registrar of Political Parties, Anne Derito, and the others who have been approved. However, Mr. Speaker, I want to slightly disagree with the committee on the rejection of the candidate, Wilson Makore. In seconding the bill, the Vice Chair, Honorable Tiende Amolo, alluded to the fact that the candidate did not get clearance. I think that is not true. And even in their report, it is indicating as such.
the fact that he did not come with a certificate and they acknowledged in their report that it was still in process. Mr. Speaker, today if you apply to get clearance from the DCI, even the booking will take you like a month. When this boy, young man from Migori, who I know only too well, this young man has been to my office even before I got elected, Mr. Speaker, and at some point I even also paid his fees. This young man did not know that he was actually going to be appointed. So when he got a notification of appointment, he did make an application to the DCI for that clearance. He presented to the committee that very receipt. This House, Mr. Speaker, independently has a mechanism of writing also to these other authorities, including KRA, DCI, to get an independent report to corroborate what every candidate presents. So to come and say that simply because they did not present the actual certificate that was still in progress, that they failed is not true, because I'm sure if they check the report that might have been presented to this parliament, then that candidate would have been cleared. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I think in the wisdom of the president, he noted that this is a young man. If today we were to say that everyone with a 10 years experience, clearly we have locked out the youth. Many of the young people finish university at about 25 years of age. If you add them another 10 years plus, they would be above the youth age. This country, Mr. Speaker, even as we head towards election, 70% plus of the population is of the young people. There is no better person to understand the youth than the youth themselves. I want to actually ask the chair and that committee that in as much as our hands are tied by the law, that the experience must be 10 years, I want to challenge your committee to move with an amendment so that our young people can also be accommodated in this. The other issue that I also want to challenge, and it was explained, I think, by the Vice Chair as well, that this young man is going to be partisan because apparently he's been a youth leader for the governor of Migori. I think that is not the case. This is a young man who has studied political science. As soon as he finished, he went for attachment in the governor's office, not for the individual, but for the office. Mr. Speaker, if someone came to my office as a student of political science for attachment, that does not mean now that he is partisan because he's working in my office as a member of parliament. So he was only attached to the office to try and learn how that exactly works. So I just want to say also that this young man comes from a minority. This young man is disabled, and I want to wish him well in his future endeavors. And I just want to challenge the committee that if we are to put 10 years, then we are going to exclude our youth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. You know, this is your business. I never put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes of it. Mover? Is it Otiende or is it the chair? The chair appears to have forgotten that he is a mover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank all the members who spoke for the approval of Anderito, Biria, Suro, and Abdullahi. I thank you all, and thank my committee for working extra hard. Let me dispel any illusions that my sister Danita or engineer or Nyamita may have, Honorable Nyamita, that this is a very important position. It is not a position of a deal. It is a position, special position in law. It is going to have very heavy impact on us and the society. His Excellency the President did not just brought a matter that we rubber stamp. In effect, he will be happy to see the analytical details that we have offered. The person who may have misled is a Public Service Commission, and we call them to be more meticulous in their scrutiny. We do not, it is not our pleasure to fail a disabled candidate, a candidate for minority. If we were to approve, please let us approve the best from the disabled. My sister Danita, you know very well that you are not the smallest, because this tribe, the tribe of this gentleman, produced the great Nyerere. Nyerere comes from their cousin, isn't it? I thought so. Nyerere comes from the cousin tribe just across the border. So you are not the smallest. So let me also, it is not acknowledged, it is an acknowledged fact that Nyerere is a Mukuria from across the border. I wish also to thank the candidates, Dirito, for offering herself and giving us the opportunity to approve a great lady in respect of these matters. Leader of minority, you have seen now that your illusions are also long, that Dirito is not a lawyer, right? Neither is her assistant. The assistant, one of the great assistants is Beria, who is your professional colleague. Right? Beria is an accomplished accountant. So you are lucky. So there is no lawyer among the four. So sometimes you may be rational. So I thank all the members. Again, I thank all the members. I thank Andy Rito, and I wish her well in her very big role. Thank you. I beg to reply.
Well, honourable members, I therefore put the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs in its report on the vetting of nominees for appointment as registrar and assistant registrars of political parties, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 24th, 2020, and pursuant to the provisions of paragraph 6 of the 6th schedule to the Political Parties Act 2011, this House, A, approves the appointment of the following persons to the offices of the Registrar and Assistant Registrars of Political Parties. Roman 1, Ms. Anne Derito, Registrar of Political Parties. Roman 2, Mr. Ali Abdullahi Surul, Assistant Registrar. Roman 3, Ms. Florence Tabu Biria, Assistant Registrar. And B, rejects the appointment of Mr. Makore Wilson Mohochi to the office of Assistant Registrar of Political Parties. Will as many as for that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we are now in Committee of the Whole House. Honorable members, as per the order paper, we have two bills for two two motions for your consideration. We have one, Roman 1, consideration of the President's reservations to the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019. We shall start with that one.
President's recommendations to clause 2.
Leader majority?
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 of the bill be deleted as proposed by His Excellency the President in his memorandum. And members will recall that this House did pass in good faith a bill to provide for pensions of members who retired before us. And obviously, it was in the wisdom of the House to provide for some enhancement of the pensions they are receiving. But perhaps we may have skipped some steps that when the matter then went to the President, and also in receiving stakeholder memoranda that went, including some discussion that took place in this House on that day, that, perhaps we should have listened more closely to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the Treasury. We just set a precedent for other people who have also retired. And in the President's wisdom, the matter perhaps requires much more thinking than pure passage of one piece of legislation to provide for only one category of retirees, whereas there are perhaps so many others. And he then returned this bill to us. In these kind of circumstances, as members will know, unless we can raise a two-thirds majority, it's impossible to then say, to override the recommendation of His Excellency the President. So we take guidance from what he has guided the House, that perhaps we should have considered a few other things. And we do hope in the near future that we will look at the bill comprehensively and also bring all those stakeholders so that we can see how do we take care of the people. I also want to ask that as we look through this, to also want to thank the Honorable Buddy who had brought this motion. It's something that has been brewing for a long time. And we see these people, because they come to the lobby almost every day, and we can see the circumstances they're in. And even as we pass, as we confirm and approve the President's memorandum, I would also want to ask the Parliamentary Service Commission, as the employer, to perhaps then look at what other ways we can help ameliorate the conditions that these people are going through, and then we can look through it, provided we then do it within the legal limitations with us. So I want to thank His Excellency the President for guiding us so that we don't end up with the activists, and there are many, and there are many who hate this Parliament. Perhaps who would have gone to Parliament, to the laws, to the courts, to even go to one of the other activists who would have sided with them in terms of saying that Parliament is just doing things for themselves. But luckily, at least they didn't get there, and the President, in his wisdom, has saved us that being taken to the courts on an issue like this, and almost closing the door for further engagement or for further measures that can be used to ameliorate the deteriorating economic circumstances of our colleagues who have left this House after good service to the nation, but then they left when the economy was not performing as well, when they did not have the good basis for a good pension, but are now suffering while the rest of us are enjoying. So I want to urge members that we don't need to spend a lot of time on this one, that we pass it, because however much we debate it, we will never raise the numbers. Yeah. And we know that we in this House did it in good faith for our colleagues. And we ask that next opportunity that comes, we will at least look at how else do we sort them out. I beg that to move. And do I need a seconder on this? No. Yeah. I just beg to move. And yeah.
The Honorable Leader of Majority, once we finish, I will propose the question.
Yes, I beg to move.
Very well. Honorable members, then allow me to propose the question that clause 2 be deleted as recommended by His Excellency the President. I see interest from the Honorable Mbadi, and it is only fair that he says something because it was his proposal that the President has.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, there is very little we can do. I want to just start by saying that I think we did our best, but there are certain misrepresentation of facts that I want to bring out clearly. Number one, Mr. Speaker, Salaries and Remuneration Commission is economical with the truth. In the year 2013 and the year 2015, twice, these former members of parliament wrote to SRC over this issue. Up to now, they have not been replied to. They have not been the letters have not been responded to. Parliament, while transacting this bill, wrote to SRC. No response from SRC. What do you expect us to do when SRC chooses not to respond? Two, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that this bill actually was fought by people who did not understand what we were trying to do. If you look at these former MPs, Mr. Chairman, you would really sympathize. And what really made me very angry was analysis from some media houses, and more particularly, the Nation newspaper. And Mr. Speaker, Nation newspaper is a respected newspaper in this country. And in its editorial, not even an opinion of an individual, editorial, they went ahead even to say that this is greed from MPs. Mr. Speaker, that to me is clear lack of understanding of what transpired. Why do I say so, Mr. Chairman? John Mbadi, the sponsor of the bill, has no way of benefiting from this decision. And therefore, where would the greed come from? Mr. Speaker, this is a country where we lose millions and billions of shillings as a result of corruption. People are stealing money, but some little money that goes to some Kenyans who actually served this nation at their prime age becomes so expensive. Finally, Mr. Chairman, talking about public participation, if there is any bill which is a direct consequence or a direct result of public participation, it was this bill. Why do I say so? The reason why Akiumi recommended the living pension for these former MPs is as a result of public outcry. It was from the public. When they went round and the public said, no, don't just consider the sitting members of parliament. Think about these people who are languishing in poverty here. And Mr. Chairman, that is the origin of all this. Finally, Mr. Chairman, and very finally, the way we have treated these former members of parliament, and they have been coming to my office even today, is discriminatory. Why do I say so? Akiumi report had 3 components. They recommended for enhancement of salaries of the sitting members of parliament then. That was implemented. 2, they recommended that those MPs who served up to 1984 be given 1 million shillings each. They were given. 3, they recommended that those who served between 1984 and 2001 get enhanced pension. So they did not benefit from the 1 million, which others benefited from. Now, after recommending that, and that is the main reason why they did not get the 1 million, now you are saying that they should get 0. Nothing can be discriminated. This is discrimination of the highest order, but there is nothing we can do. We can't get the 2/3. And I want to just say it is unfortunate that we have treated these senior citizens the way we have. This argument that other people...
The Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well.
We shall revisit.
Very well. We shall have contribution from the Honorable Ibrahim Sahal. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have nothing to say about
Very well. Very well. Honorable members, is it then the mood of the House that we put the question on this? Yeah. Very well. I now put the question that clause 2 be deleted as recommended by His Excellency the President. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And that is the close of the matter. We shall move to the next business. Honorable members, I think we can do the bit on the reporting, so I'll therefore invite the mover to move the reporting.
Honorable Chairman, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Presidential Memorandum on the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Honorable members, then allow me to put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Presidential Memorandum on the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019, and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We shall move to the next bill, honorable members, which is the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019.
Clause 2.
Chairperson? Chairperson of the... Chairperson, just hold on. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as provided in the order paper. Chair, starting with amendment to 160A, Chair, I beg to move the amendments section by section. There's 160A, 160B, 160C, and 160D, all part of clause 2. But if I move them all together, they might cause confusion.
Yes, Chair. Mover, you can do it bit by bit.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, I beg to move that clause 2, as I have said, be amended, and in proposed new section 160A, by inserting the words within 1 year from coming into force of this act. So what this section 160A says is that the Cabinet Secretary shall, in consultation with the Council of Governors, the Commission of Revenue Allocation, and Kenya Revenue Authority, develop a uniform county revenue collection system. What we are adding is they should do it within 1 year of coming into force of this act. I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 160A, section 160A1 be amended as proposed by the mover. I now put the question that clause 160A1 be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover? Mover, let me give you some advice. Probably the way to move would be for you to move all the amendments in regard to 160A. Yes, all of them at once. Then the next one, when you're moving, you move to B. Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for your guidance. Let me move 1, 2, 3, and 4 for 160A because I only moved a small part. The second part, if you look at, if anybody has the bill, you will see that part 3 was providing for the points that have been made now as section 2 of 160A. So we're going to delete that part 3 that talks about by inserting the following new subsection immediately after subsection 1, that the county revenue collection system shall be transparent, efficient, and all those points. What we are trying to do there is to remove the responsibility of making sure that this system is transparent, efficient, and so on, remove it from the county executive officer, which is what the original bill was doing. We want this to be a function of Treasury, KRA, and the Council of Governors. So the initial bill was saying that the county executive officer should ensure that the revenue system is all these things. But what we are saying is this is the job of those 3 organizations. And therefore, we are also just adding within 1 year as part of our timelines and deleting subsection 3 because now it has no point. So those are all for 160A. I beg to move that the bill be amended as provided in those sections.
I propose the question that clause 160A be amended as proposed by the mover. I now put the question that clause 160A be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Chair, I beg to move that new clause 160B be amended as indicated on the order paper. And the import of that amendment, Chair, is to move the statements from being biannual to being quarterly. So we are only enhancing the oversight on the revenue collection. So rather than report biannually, we are asking that the authorities or the counties report quarterly on how much revenue they are raising. I beg to move, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 160B be amended as proposed by the mover. I now put the question that clause 160B be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover, C.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that part 160C be amended as proposed on the order paper with a further amendment. And the further amendment is, what this section says is that the National Treasury may, on recommendation of the Senate, but pursuant to Article 2253, stop transfer of a county's share of revenue raised by the national government if the county treasury fails to, initially, it is reading, develop and implement. But the amendments we are making, because the county treasury does not develop the system. The system is developed by Treasury, by Council of Governors, and by KRA. So you cannot charge or discipline the county treasury for not developing. So what we said is remove develop and have it as implement. But the further amendment I want to make is to add part A, they are saying, if the county treasury fails, A, to adopt the county revenue collection system, B, to implement the county revenue collection system, and C, to report on the status of the county revenue collection system. In case of those 3 points, then the Treasury can withhold the county's share of revenue for not performing those 3 tasks, but not for not developing the system. I beg to move, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 160C be amended as proposed by the mover. I put the question that clause 160B be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting a new, following new section immediately after the proposed section 160C, as provided in the order paper. And this, the committee was dealing with the issue of revenue where functions are transferred. Because we are now in a unique situation where you have revenue is being collected, but functions have been transferred. So the rationale and the justification for this amendment is to ensure that where functions are transferred, funds will follow those functions. And that is the new section 160D. Chairman, I beg to move.
I propose the question that clause 160D be part of the bill, be amended as proposed by the mover. I see interest from the Honorable Mbadi. Very well. I then now put the question that clause 160D be amended as proposed by the mover. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, allow me then to now put the question, the global question, that clause 2, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover, I'll just request one thing. I would like the written format for the amendments to 160C, so that we complete our record here. Yes, please. You may provide it to us so that we have a complete record. Yes, please.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now call upon the mover to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Let's have the reporting, the chairperson, to start with the memorandum of the president.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the public...
The presidential.
Yeah, we can deal with this one, Honorable Speaker, if you, then I'll deal with the other one later.
It's been provided so that we
Thank
can
you.
report.
So that we do it in an orderly
yes.
way. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, thank you for that direction. I will therefore, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Presidential Memorandum on the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019, and approved the same without amendments.
Very well. Let's have the move of the bill to move the agreement with the report. The leader of majority.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House does agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Angwenyi to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Father of the House, and that is the Honorable Angwenyi.
Madam Speaker, I beg second.
You beg to second. Honourable members, I now then propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. Let me confirm from the clerks. We don't like making. Very well. Yes, I can even see them. Members, I confirm we have the requested numbers for us to be able to transact the business, and I therefore move to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as have the opinion say aye, and as many as have contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. Let's move to the other bill reporting, and members, you may note, and it is important to note that we have different chambers.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill.
Order, Bishop, order, order. The chairperson is reporting, and you must, yes, please, can you receive your seat? Yes, that is, sorry, Honorable Manzo, you call him a bishop. The Honorable Member, Elias Bishop. Yes, 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 let's give respect to the chair. Yes, chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, and approved the same with amendments.
Very well. The move of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request Honorable Angwenyi to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Yeah, as a grandfather of the House, I beg to second.
Very well. As father of the House, you beg to second. Members, I propose the question for adoption, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. The mood of the House is that I put the question, I move to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as have the opinion say aye, and as many as have contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. Can we have the mover to move the third reading?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, be now read a third time, and I request Honorable Nderango Wahenya to second.
The Honorable Wahenya for seconding. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to second. Madam
well,
Speaker, thank you. I beg to second.
Yes, you know, that's I'm a madam, but I have no issue with the Mrs. But I'm Madam Speaker. Members, I move to propose the question for third reading, which is at the Public Finance Management Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, be now read a third time. Before I put the question, let me hear what the member for Central Menti will say. You are saying I put the question. Just be on record, because I can see you on intervention. I want him to be on record because it was in...
The bill as it is. Put the question.
You are satisfied with the bill as it is, and so I move to put the question. Is it the mood of the House? Yes. Honourable members, I again confirm, given the 3 areas of sitting of, the Parliament, and we have confirmed that we have the requisite number for me to be able to transact business for putting the question for third reading. Honourable members, I put the question, which is at the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, be now read a third time. As many as are of the opinion say aye. And as many as of contrary opinion say nay. Remember, the ayes have it. Next order.
Sorry. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Finance Management Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, report on the status of implementation of legislations, petitions, and resolutions.
Members, the report is by the Chairperson Committee on Implementation. Is the chairperson in? The chairperson in? If ready.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to request that the House encourages me because time is very short and I don't even have the members of the committee here. So I'll request that I proceed on Tuesday.
You are requesting that you proceed on Tuesday, and of course it was in the order paper. Before I make a decision, the leader of majority, just a comment.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to support the sentiments of the chair because in addition to what the chair of implementation will be moving, this report also requires a concurrence of Chair of Defense and Foreign Relations, who is not here today. And it will be good to get the 2 chairs giving the 2 so that enrich the debate in the House. And on that basis, I will support that we give the 2 of them time. They will have priority on Tuesday so that we get this report in a holistic way rather than, and that's why when also the whole House is here, because it raises some issues that might be of interest to the White House.
Very well. I think I'm more convinced by the leader of majority, but I'll thank the chairperson is here and he wants to be more ready. And so I do order that the motion on order number 11 be stood down. Next order.
Order number 12, the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2019, second reading.
Very well. Can we have the chairperson, Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, for second reading? Is it ready? Yes, Chairman. Give him the mic.
Thank you. The Speaker, I would also like to, Madam Speaker, I would like also to request that because of time and the shortness of time, and it would be a matter of great interest to the members, and I wanted to suggest that kindly if you can step it down so that I deal with it at an appropriate time.
Very well, very well. Yeah. Again, given that we stood down the other motion, number 11, I think with the request of the chairperson, on order number 12 on the Public Participation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 69 of 2019. I'm convinced, and I do order that the same order is stood down. Next order.
Order number 13, the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2019, second reading.
For order number 13, I call upon the chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, to move the second
Madam
reading.
Speaker.
Yes, for this matter.
Yes, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
the chairperson on the Constitutional Implementation and Oversight Committee has had to travel on a committee business and hence will not be here. And similarly, Honorable Speaker, the chairperson on Departmental Committee on Administration has also gone on another committee business.
As a matter of procedure, Honorable Kimunya.
We'll do one by one.
Yes, let's do
So I would
one.
like to
Yes.
ask that the order appearing under number 13 be stood down to enable the chair to be here to move the bill.
Very well. With that from the Leader of Majority and all in brief, I do order that order number 13, that is a Public Fundraising Appeals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2019, be stood down. Next order.
Order number 14, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2018, second reading.
And this is to be moved by the chairperson, Departmental Committee of Administration, National Security, or the person officially holding brief. Yes, the Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, again, for reasons that the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration, National Security is tied in within another committee meeting and will not be here to move this bill, I would like to seek your indulgence that the business appearing under order number 14 be stood down.
Very well. With a brief from the Leader of Majority, who is holding brief, and of course, in his capacity, I do order that the business appearing on order number 14, that is the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2018, be stood down. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, special audit report on procurement of pre-export verification of conformity to standard services by the Kenya Bureau of Standards.
Again, do we have the chairperson, Public Investments Committee? Yes, again, Leader of Majority.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, again, the chairperson of the Public Investments Committee, and who has been very keen to move this business, did not anticipate that we'll actually get there. So he sought leave to go and attend to other committee matters, and hence he's not here now. And I would like to ask for the indulgence of the House that the business at number 15 be stood down, and in all these things we'll prioritize them to appear on Tuesday next week. And I do hope the chairs will now be ready and here to move the business.
Very well. I actually saw the chairperson earlier today.
Yeah.
And again, I do direct, I know the Leader of Majority, that because we place the business here through the House Business Committee, and you know this is a house of procedure, that the chairperson should be more ready on time and also be ready for any eventuality for us to be able to conduct business of the House. And so with that, honourable members, I also again do order that the business appearing on order number 15, that is a special audit report on procurement or pre-export verification of conformity to standard services by the Kenya Bureau of Standards, that was to be moved by the chairperson Public Investments Committee, be stood down and as directed and communicated by the Leader of Majority, who is a member of the House Business Committee, that the same business will be prioritized in the next sitting. With that, honorable members, We are through with the business for today. That is the business appearing in our today's order paper. And I therefore, the time being 6:44 p.m., I order that this House stands adjourned until the Tuesday, September 29th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m.